I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, I am your host, David Sponheim, and we are going to talk about truth today. One day away from a 9/11 tribute show tomorrow, we'll be giving you a preface of what we're going to talk about. I personally believe that the 9/11 Commission report was inadequate. And there's a number of reasons why, most of which 9/11 architects and engineers for truth have actually exposed the fact that there's no way Building 7 could have gone down from a fire underneath it. That's significant. The other simple fact that we have a growing amount of knowledge regarding the people that were there at the 9/11 location, World Trade Center, that were setting charges. It looked like a group of people that were setting charges 2-3 weeks ahead of the actual attack. That was not discussed in the 9/11 Commission report. Also, they named 18 people that were mostly Saudi Arabians. Not one of them has been apprehended. No one has been charged with the crime of 9/11, which killed 2,996 people. But we have gotten involved in 2 wars, courtesy of a man who just gave his resignation letter today, John Bolton. We'd never had any restitution for the mistakes we've made over the years, but we managed to keep a guy in power long enough to keep us involved in Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., etc. We started 2 wars under John Bolton, and now we've got to figure out and navigate our way out of those wars. Hopefully this will be a good move for Donald Trump to put somebody in power who knows what they're doing, who's capable of directing foreign policy in a way that wouldn't create more enemies. I believe that John Bolton created more enemies, and it's probably a good thing that Donald Trump urged him to resign. So that's a good thing. That was the B thing. Yeah, and art students were setting charges. That's right. There was a Bee Thing group of artists that we'll talk about tomorrow. I think I'll be bringing that video in, but they were called the Bee Thing. And they were setting what appeared to be charges throughout the entire building. They were working on an art project, but we have photographs of what appeared to be blasting caps in their possession. None of that was looked at by the 9/11 Commission report. None of it. There's also evidence of CGI work. The plane that hit the trade centers may not have actually been a plane at all. It may have been an explosion. Last year, a videotape of the entire event came out from a helicopter that was flying behind the plane, or behind the trade center, that showed no plane whatsoever. And that helicopter was told to leave the airspace by the officials, and we even have that on tape. So that's another little chink in this big question about 9/11. The other major question was obviously, how come only 15 frames were released of the Pentagon being attacked by a plane? And the 15 frames that we saw showed a missile, the tip of a Tomahawk missile. How could a missile be directed by a bunch of ragtag Saudi Arabian terrorists? So all these questions belie a deeper question: was this an inside job? And was there a massive cover-up regarding 9/11? And I say emphatically, yes, there was. So the sooner we get to the truth, the better off we'll be. Okay, let's just touch down on the chat room, see how you guys are doing. Yeah, that was only one camera of the Pentagon that was shown. There were 83 camera angles that were not revealed by the FBI. They could have easily showed the building being attacked from multiple angles. And we do have footage of the actual attack on the Pentagon and the hole that it put in the wall of the Pentagon. That hole, it turns out, was a circle, not some oblique side note. Let me just show you a couple of these links real quick. This is the one showing the tip of the missile. Yeah, a white streak. Basically, we're going to look at up close and see what the FBI revealed. All we really have is the tip of the missile. Now that is not, that right there, as we close in on it, that is the tip of a Tomahawk missile, not a 767 plane, like the 9/11 Commission report said. That's a blatant error right there. We happen to have footage of the actual hit on the building that was scrubbed off the internet. And I'm just going to play you a little snippet of that. Remember, Donald Rumsfeld said just one day before 9/11, that the Pentagon was missing $2.8 trillion. And then nothing was ever sent after that. Nothing.
Pentagon, the day before 9/11. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war, not on foreign terrorists.
The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
He said money wasted by the military poses a serious threat.
In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten.
My 03 budget calls for more than $48 billion
it's
in new
Tuesday.
defense.
More money for the Pentagon when its own auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
Okay, so they never bothered to talk about that. And then we've got this little video of a video that was scrubbed off the internet showing the actual hole in the Pentagon. It's circular. How could a plane possibly have made that hole? If the wings hit that portion of the building, it would have been something kind of like a horizontal slat. Nothing, not even scorch marks from the wings. So clearly a missile hit the Pentagon. So what are they covering up? Everything. That's the reason why we have dedicated today and tomorrow to this discussion and other discussions about cover-ups and fakery and lies that are going on in our government. The theme here is the government is corrupt, and that a third party is perhaps the only way we're ever going to get accountability from this nation. We now go to Larry Sinclair and his testimony regarding Barack Obama and their homosexual act in a limousine in 1999.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, we inadvertently had the wrong video there, so yeah, at least we had some of it for you, okay? Yeah, the problem is you asked the same videos over and over again, so I played both of them. Okay, moving on. I don't think we need to talk about Barack Obama and his gay relationship with this guy. I mean, what do you enjoy talking about it for? I mean, he's no longer president. We never got accountability from them. We had nothing but lies from Barack Obama and Michael, his lover, his transgender lover. Why do we have to keep going back and talking about how stupid we were then? Let's talk about how stupid we are now. You think it's funny? You think the fact that Barack Obama was smoking crack, which he admitted to in his book, Audacity of Hope, and that he admitted to smoking crack and he still got elected. You think that's funny? You think it's funny that he was smoking crack while getting oral sex from that man who was a homosexual? You think that's funny? All of this is funny to you. Apparently it is kind of funny when you think about it. Yeah. Well, my point is that Barack Obama lied about his sexuality. Yeah. And that he lied about being married to a transgender. But we got a bigger liar in the White House right now who's actually profiting from rooms that he actually has to sell or rent a room to the Secret Service. They have to pay $600 a night to stay near the president. So when he goes and golfs, Donald Trump is actually making lots of money on the Secret Service. He drained our coffers last year, and he keeps draining them every year. We run out of money financing all the rooms that these guys have to stay in. It's $600 a night, and they have to double up or triple up in these rooms just to stay in a room. They probably have a bedroll. One of them has a rollaway, I wouldn't doubt. And he has a staff of probably hundreds of people that have to stay in these hotels. So whenever he goes golfing, he's really just collecting money from our government. Okay, I imagine a lot of you are just having fun talking to each other. But John Bolton's resignation letter is actually a good thing. So we can now look at maybe following my policies in the past of getting out of Afghanistan, getting out of Syria. And now if Donald Trump has his head on straight, he'll start moving in that direction. But most likely not. The people that run the government and use their power over Donald Trump will probably manipulate him into doing whatever they want. Donald Trump thinks firing John Bolton is going to stop John Bolton's hawkish mentality. He's got an entire Pentagon with lots of admirals and generals ready to go with their military weapons, ready to use them in any battle. And they have a significant amount of clout with our State Department. So I don't think Donald Trump actually interrupted John Bolton's policies at all. I'm sure that the policies of the military-industrial complex will continue to push forward because remember, Donald Trump has been compromised. According to Mueller, he already was blackmailed by Russia over that dossier. And Mueller said it wasn't under his purview, so it didn't have a problem with it. But 2 years ago, our president was blackmailed by Russia over the sex dossier. Whatever is in that, whether he's being urinated on or maybe masturbating while watching other women urinate, I don't even care. Bottom line is, it was used in the election, and most of us are going, huh? Well, why didn't we do anything? Well, because our president is completely controlled by the Zionist elitists and Russian oligarchs. Fact. The truth is, we have a president that's doing the bidding of foreign powers. We can't even control that. And you people who stand by and give Donald Trump approval no matter what he says, you must have your head up your ass. Look at this video of him talking about taking your guns.
Take the firearms first and then go to court. We have to do something very decisive. Number one, you can take the guns away immediately from people that you can adjudge easily are mentally ill. like this guy. You know, the police saw that he was the problem. They didn't take any guns away. Now, that could have been policing. I think they should have taken them away anyway, whether they had the right or not. A lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. But take the guns first, go through due process second.
Okay, so he just flipped on every Republican promise he ever made. And Donald Trump, I know he's been watching our show because I said 2 years ago, that gun control is off the table. I used the word off the table. Just last week, Donald Trump was accused of, abiding by the red flag laws that are being pushed and pushing for background checks. Even he said, background checks are off the table. He's using my wording. Background checks are off the table. No, you have to do a background check in order to determine if a person violates a red flag law. I mean, Donald doesn't even understand that. So we have a person who just doesn't get it. And he's very prejudiced about what he believes and what he doesn't believe. So anybody who goes against him, like Bolton, you're out. I think Donald Trump has fired, 42 people so far in his administration? He's got a revolving musical chair administration that anyone who says anything accurate, you're fired, I don't want to hear that. Anyone who lies to him, oh, thank you very much. I want you to stay. I like you very much. Let's get this guy a raise. What do you say? So anybody who actually gives him credible criticism, like H.R. McMaster and others, they get fired. So Donald Trump has the most inept, kiss-ass administration in U.S. history right now. Anybody who stays on the job is a complete and utter kiss-ass. Look at Labor Secretary Acosta. He revealed, finally, after Trump kept saying he's a good guy, he finally revealed that the reason why he gave Jeffrey Epstein a light sentence in 2007 as a prosecuting attorney in Florida, former Labor Secretary Acosta said that he did it because he was told by top officials that Jeffrey Epstein was part of intelligence. Acosta is even telling the truth. Look where it got him. You're fired. He's resigning tomorrow. We don't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You mean the guy that was allegedly with you, Donald, when you allegedly raped Katie at the age of 13 at Mar-a-Lago Hotel? Yeah. Jeffrey Epstein is clearly alive. He was ushered out of the Metropolitan Correctional Center under complete coverage. There is a video camera that had blocked footage showing his entrance and exit would never have been blocked if he had been there in his hotel or in the room waiting to suicide. They blocked the video camera. It's completely blocked. They pulled all the guards off him. They switched his body out. We have an eyewitness who's reported that they actually removed him at 4:30 in the morning. A guy in green fatigues and a white van came in, pulled Jeffrey out, put another guy, probably a bag person, in, and then killed him. And they want to pawn his body off as Jeffrey Epstein's. Meanwhile, we saw pictures last week. We showed you pictures of Jeffrey Epstein on his island, August 30th. It's definitely him. So in other words, our government is openly supporting an intelligence officer who's been using child sex slaves to entrap political officials in acts that would make them blackmailed. Nice. All we can presume at this point is that our nation's intelligence department uses agents like Epstein, who knows, maybe even a Mossad agent, to do the blackmailing to get the dirt on politicians so that they can control votes. That's what we know is true. It would seem like a hot topic if we could just talk about it. Now, since a lot of you want to talk about, sex and masturbation, that's basically what the elites want you to talk about. Most of the free websites that you can get porn at are run by the Ashkenazis. These people donate their money just to run these websites so that they keep you people masturbating. You think I'm kidding? And it's working. Most of you are just masturbating every day. It keeps your mind completely focused on masturbation and not on actually thinking. So the more you masturbate, the less you're going to think, just so you know. There's a direct proportional relationship, an equation, if you will. More masturbation, less thinking. Okay? And less future, too. Believe me, your masturbation is not going to get you a job making good money someday. Unless, of course, you're, well, nobody wants people to masturbate in porn, right? I mean, you don't even like masturbation porn. I don't even think it's a fetish. Right. I'm telling you, you should back off of the excessive masturbation and focus on creative things that might actually get you a job and help you with your future. Because masturbation is a dead end for you. I'm not saying not to masturbate. I'm saying it's not going to lead you to a greater goal in your life. I hate to be so blunt, but you're kind of wasting your precious bodily fluids on wasteful acts that won't lead to children. They want you to masturbate so you don't have kids. They don't want you to replicate because you're not worthy of replicating. What do they make of this picture? Let's take a look. That has already been discussed as a debunked. That they believe that picture of Bill Clinton with some woman rubbing his back. I'm just going to go top side here. That is, whether it's true or not, is irrelevant. We already know Bill Clinton had relations with Monica Lewinsky in the White House, where he inserted a cigar in her vulva area. So why are we looking at that, and why does it even matter? We already know that Bill Clinton cheated on his wife, Hillary. I never had sexual relations with Hillary, not once in the White House. So, I mean, he deserves massages. What's the big deal? But was Bill Clinton involved with Jeffrey Epstein and underage minors? That's an allegation we can't prove. I never had sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I didn't have anything. Well, a little blowjob's not sex. Had he said that, it would have been better, because most people think oral sex is sex. So he kind of lied there, didn't he? Some people say because I've never had unprotected sex in my life that I've never had sex, so technically I'm a virgin. They believe that. You know, so I just don't agree with that. I think that if you have coitus interruptus and penetrate a woman, that's sex, whether you're protected or not. Yeah, everyone should have known he was a liar when he said, I smoked, but I didn't inhale. Yeah, sure, Bill. Uh-huh. Who smokes marijuana and doesn't inhale? We should have known then, right? Hey, Stoner. Okay, it's called a cell. Thank you. A room in a prison. I don't know. Are you a guy who's come from the Metropolitan Correctional Center? Do you know what it's like in there? They say it's like a pigsty. But Jeffrey Epstein got to be with a woman 2 days before he was even released and sent into the back to Epstein Island. Jeffrey Epstein, 2 days before he was actually released in the early morning hours under guise of covered video cameras, he actually met with an underage minor in the lawyer room and spent 2 hours with her. This is how powerful Jeffrey Epstein is. And just yesterday, I heard that Jeffrey Epstein has added me to @RealEpstein. He's following our @third-party account on Twitter. How weird is that? There's still @RealEpstein. It still does exist, even though he allegedly died. And he's following me. After he died, he started following my show. Isn't that a little suspicious? Yeah, of course Epstein's still alive. He's still molesting children and doing whatever the deep state wants him to do. He's too powerful. He's part of the intelligence group. That's what former Secretary of Labor, Secretary Acosta said. He's intelligence. They covered his complete ride out of there. He'll never serve any time. He'll be living an old age out on Epstein Island doing whatever they tell him to do. No, he follows me. I've never followed him. I never followed @RealEpstein, but somebody told me he's following our show, which is kind of suspicious, don't you think, considering I'm one of the few people out there that insists that he's alive? Why would he follow me after he died? I mean, the whole thing's absurd. Right. Here's the anonymous tip that came onto 4chan, and I'll read it to you regarding Epstein and what happened to him that morning. Here it is. I'll read it to you. Not saying anything after this, please do not try to dox me, but last night after 0415 count, they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single man cell and hangs himself, ? Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number. And a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. This was a tweet that came in that day that he allegedly died. Yeah. Ahead of his death. Now, whether all of this maps back to Prince Andrew giving him cover because he didn't want the truth about anything coming out, but right now Prince Andrew's innocent until proven guilty. For that matter, so is Jeffrey Epstein. But to say that he's dead, when we saw his autopsy photograph, it clearly did not match his face. I'm sorry, but we're not idiots here. We have eyes, we can look at things, and we can say emphatically, this dead body does not match Jeffrey Epstein. And I showed you this last week. All you have to do is look at the ear, which is not the same ear, but most of all, look at the nose. The nose. There's a hook in the dead body of this man in his nose, whereas Jeffrey Epstein doesn't have a hook in his nose. His nostrils are flared, whereas Jeffrey Epstein's nostrils are not flared. Those are the telltale differences in the nose. And no, that doesn't occur right after death. Your nose doesn't automatically change dimension. So the coroner has obviously committed a felony and should be charged. We need a grand jury investigation into the Epstein case. But what's really strange is that William Barr, Trump's attorney general, has not recused himself from the investigation. When his father, Donald Barr, was the one that actually got Jeffrey Epstein his first job molesting children. Donald Barr worked at Dalton Prep School, where all the little girls used to play right in front of Jeffrey Epstein, and he hooked him into sex acts back when he was a young college teacher without a degree, mind you. He didn't have a degree from college, but he's teaching at a prep school without a degree from college. He was a dropout. So a lot of things have happened in recent times, and none of this is getting brought out to the front media. The mainstream media is not covering the Donald Barr story. They won't even mention it. The Donald Barr, the father of William Barr, our attorney general, not only knew Jeffrey Epstein, was instrumental in getting him a job without a degree from college, teaching math and physics to a bunch of young schoolgirls. Yeah. You can imagine this guy with a bunch of young schoolgirls getting hooked on molesting little girls and then consequently getting charged with molestation in 2007, or actually prostitution of children in 2007. Okay, the New World Order is talking about a Stargate is completely, that was like last year's news. Whenever you hear stories about Stargates and aliens, that's our government and the internet interacting. Our government has an alien agenda. The reason why they have an alien agenda is it takes people away from the discussion of real issues, like the fact that Epstein's still alive on Epstein Island, on St. James Island. The real issue is we've got massive cover-ups in this country. So what do we see? All kinds of new talk about a Stargate at Saddam Hussein's location in one of his palaces. That was like 10-year-old news. Now it's the number one item on the yeah, right. There is more than enough evidence that there may very well be some sort of a Stargate out there, but whether the government went in and tried to grab that Stargate the day of shock and awe and found the Stargate, that's questionable. We do know that George W. Bush authorized an attack on the palaces and presidential location of Saddam Hussein and disregarded defending the weapons caches that were stored right near there in Baghdad. We actually ignored, our government ignored 350,000 tons of high-grade explosives. No one even stood guard while we went after that presidential palace. So there's an argument that maybe we were kind of focused on something there at the presidential palace. Whether it was a Stargate or not is out of the question. But now we have to deal with terrorists that managed to steal that entire cache of 350,000 tons of high-grade explosives. Now, that's why we still have problems in Iraq. General Petraeus managed to secure 175,000 pounds of that supply, even 175,000 tons of that supply. That was what 6,000 men died for in Afghanistan and Iraq. They actually secured a lot of those weapons. But the problem is there's still that much more left, and we're still dealing with that problem. Talking about a Stargate is not going to solve the question of, is Iraq still a major terrorist threat? Yes, there's always possibilities that actions could blow up in our face at any time. That's why we still have a presence in Iraq. Dude, I don't need to worry about a Stargate. You're being misled. You're being misled. A Stargate is irrelevant to the functionality of what we're dealing with this current president. That's like giving keys to a castle. That's giving a digital lock to a retarded child to a castle. Trump doesn't even know what's going on. He's completely oblivious. If a Stargate's in play, he's not aware of it. All right. Since Stargates really aren't the topic tonight, the 9/11 cover-up is. Anybody who mentions a Stargate is probably working for CIA operatives right now, trying to re-divert our discussion to a Stargate, as opposed to the fact that 9/11 was a massive cover-up and an inside job. And if you want to talk about aliens, you hit the wrong night. Tomorrow night's the night for that. Yeah. He's not a Vietnam vet. He's a CIA agent trying to talk about a Stargate when we're trying to talk about real issues and how the government's lying to us. If there is a Stargate, who cares? None of us are going to go travel to another dimension on the Stargate. But we can build a third party and topple the corrupt government that continues to lie to us on a daily basis. That's really the issue, not some stupid Stargate. Now, I have evidence that a lot of things have happened over in the Middle East that probably have been massive cover-ups. But should we really go off on tangents in that direction when we've got problems right here at home? They're not telling us a lot of things. They don't want us to know that we have more power than they do if we act collectively. They don't want anyone to know that. They want all of you to think that aliens exist, that there's somehow going to be a landing anytime soon, and who knows? Maybe they're planning some sort of a hologram presenting aliens in front of us. That's their next big move. They've got technology that can create holograms that would duplicate alien invasions. That's what Operation Bluebeam is all about. But again, if we don't at least acknowledge that the alien agenda is a plan by the government to misdirect our view from what's really happening, then we're not really dealing with the truth. Let's get through all the subterfuge before we can cut to the truth. The subterfuge is we're being diverted, even in the chat room, by somebody claiming to be a Vietnam vet, claiming to have an IQ of 220, which is absurd. There is only one woman with an IQ of 220. Her name is Marilyn Vos Savant, and she is a brilliant woman who never graduated from college. Just like I didn't graduate from college, she didn't graduate from college. She is the most intelligent person in the world, based on her IQ test. She's now in her 70s. She was born in 1946, but she's an author of American Magazine, author, lecturer, playwright. But she did all of this in her life without graduating from college. So she's a brilliant woman, and I think we have to at least give her that respect. Anyone claiming to have an IQ like hers is a liar. She has an IQ of, I believe, 220. .228 score. She has a 228 score. Okay. The past two presidents being shills, seems like the real people who could change this don't want it. And what do they know, and what are they not telling us? I don't talk about my IQ in the show. Every time I do, people think I'm bragging, so I'd rather not talk about it. Yeah, if you have high IQ, you don't even need a job. See, the problem is many of you who have low IQs could easily become rich and successful by simply working. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have a really high IQ to have a lot of money. You just have to be a stable worker and get a job. People with high IQs generally steer away from working. All right. Do you want to be a wage slave all your life? Let's read John Bolton's resignation letter. Let's see what he has to say, okay? There may be something cluing us into what he had to say. I asked John Bolton to resign because I just don't like anything he says. Trump abruptly announced in a tweet Tuesday morning that he asked Bolton to resign, noting that he strongly disagreed with many, as did others in the administration. Yeah, because maybe he had an actual viewpoint that was based in fact. That would have been okay. Now, we had a national security advisor, Michael Flynn. Oh, this is a quick read. It says, I hereby resign immediately as Assistant of the President for National Security Affairs. Thank you for having afforded me this opportunity to serve our country. John Bolton. Okay, there's nothing to it. No reason, nothing. Okay. And there's no story there. That's it. It's like, okay. End of story. North Carolina holds a special election, could give political insight into 2020? I don't think so. Trump eyes crackdown on homelessness as aides visit California. Oh, finally, Trump brings up homelessness after 3 years as president. And now that we just heard word that they have an outbreak of leprosy in Los Angeles. Yeah, good job, Donald. You finally actually paid attention to the real problems that are festering in your administration. Wow. Here we go. Trump's reported California homeless takeover bewilders state and local leaders. California officials scrambled Tuesday to decipher a report that the Trump administration is planning to intercede in the state's homelessness crisis. No issue is dominating the agenda in California like the housing shortage and homelessness spike, with mayors, state lawmakers, and Governor Gavin Newsom grappling to ameliorate an epidemic that is unavoidable on city streets. But a Washington Post report that the Trump administration is considering demolishing homeless encampments and moving unhoused people into government facilities caught elected officials here off guard. Now, this is exactly the thing that I was worried about. Donald Trump is implementing the FEMA takeover plan of homelessness. Simon Wiesenthal Institute has a massive library of eyewitness reports of what happened. Yeah. You just go to the library and read, and you'll realize you're barking up the wrong tree there, buddy. Matt Cuddy was not a legitimate person. We're fairly sure he's the swatter that attacked me 4 years ago. I'm 95% sure he's the swatter. So they're going to demolish homeless encampments, move them to federal buildings. This is FEMA Takeover 101. Yep. Trump could start by ending his plans to cut food stamps, gut health care for low-income, and scare immigrant families from accessing government services, said a spokesperson. But he's really trying to implement the FEMA takeover plan of homelessness. You remember the hurricane in Houston last year? It was about a year and a half ago, where they brought in FEMA barges into the Houston, Galveston Bay area there. Remember that? Yeah. Well, FEMA barges, you'd think would provide a safe haven for people who are, in times of need, provide, some support. And you'd think that somebody on board those barges would talk about their experience with one of the social medias out there. Well, here's an example of some FEMA barges that they have, okay? There is not one single picture of one person inside any one of these barges. You notice the concertina wire all around. There's no way off these barges. Well, these barges are veritably death traps, and not one person has ever sent a picture from inside. There's not one evident picture of the inside of these anywhere on the internet, anywhere. So why would we not have any social media of all the people that were brought in on the barges and helped during the hurricane in Houston? Because the barges shred the humans and feed the fish underneath. There's a shredder in there that they can just dump the people into wholesale right into the shredder and just dump them into the ocean. That's the only answer to the question. Not one person's allowed on there with any type of a cell phone to take pictures. No one can broadcast out of those FEMA barges. So we have to assume the FEMA barges are set up to take out people who are homeless and indigent in areas like Houston and New Orleans and other areas. Maybe they do experiments on them. Maybe they have a little testing chamber like the Nazis had in their concentration camps. But when I tell you that the people that are trying to take over our country right now are the same people that funded Adolf Hitler in the 1930s, now you're going to wake up. Their families are still pushing for their same plan, the final solution. Now you're going to start realizing there's something not quite right about this picture. I got a report last week, or not last week, about 2 months ago actually, from a guy who came into our iVlog show from Portland, Oregon. And he said that he lives near a lot of the homeless encampments, and it's the weirdest thing. He said, one day the encampments are all full, people like defecating in the streets, all whatever. The next day the people are all gone, all their stuff remains. And then the following day the stuff is just bulldozed off the street. Isn't that kind of a telling statement from some eyewitness in Portland, Oregon, that people are being pulled from the street, homeless people, and never seen again? And these barges are not some issue that is not like a small deal. I mean, they are literally sucking people in, and no one ever sees what happened on those barges. They've been culled, that's right. So if Donald Trump says he's going to take over the homeless problem in California, expect FEMA to come in and start pulling people off the street.
Soylent Green.
Soylent Green. Soylent Green is people. Hey, I'm just questioning things. I'm not telling you this is happening. I'm saying there's no social media whatsoever of what's inside these FEMA barges, let alone what's going on behind the closed doors of concentration camps that we have in our country called FEMA camps. Am I saying they're pushing the Fourth Reich? Well, the same people that funded Adolf Hitler's rise to power, the Zionists, also have two presidential candidates in America, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, who both swear to Zionists. They're sworn Zionists. So you tell me. Hitler was a Zionist, Trump is a Zionist, Biden is a Zionist. You tell me. What are they planning? Thank you. I rest my case. Now for something completely different, a completely different flavor in our show. Sarah's here, and she's going to relax you guys and give you a whole different attitude because she's a really nice person and likes to talk about nice stuff. Okay? I hope I freaked you out, though. Take care. Yeah, we know the Stargate's a complete diversion there, buddy. Drop it with the Stargate, okay? Thank you.
I tried to be super nice.
No, you are.
Yeah.
You're a very nice person.
Okay. Final dream is in. Again. Yes, I'm good people. Well, I think he looks up things about everybody. I don't know if that makes it less creepy, but yeah. That's just how he is. I think I'm just gonna look up. I'll start with all sides. Meta-nemesis. You look up stuff about people. I guess I should not post anything online ever. Illegal ballot harvesting prompted a redo of North Carolina's 9th district election. It nullified a Republican victory in North Carolina's 9th congressional district last year. A special election is being held now. Oh, I'm sorry, Xanatrell. You must have been feeling very depressed. You think maybe, I don't know if he does know how you feel. Hello, William. 420, thanks for saying yo, Sarah. Yo, William. Man. Who's your man? Final Dream, I Love Fries? Is that true? What? Final Dream and I Love Fries together? In your dreams, the boogeyman gets you sometimes? Trump unloads on disloyal Democratic House candidate at a fiery rally. He announced that he fired National Security Advisor John Bolton Tuesday morning. Bolton tweeted he offered his resignation Monday night. Wow. What is with this guy? Probably nobody wants to work for him. So he just like changes it to, people are like, I resign, and he's like, you can't resign because you're fired. Well, I can understand that, I guess. I love fries. Feel bad, but the CIA and the White House are critical of the CNN report claiming that the CIA have pulled a high-level spy out of Russia after supposed mishandling of classified material. CIA denies the report of the extracting the Russian spy. They say they extracted him in 2017. I like that you respect women. I respect people too. Men, women, all people. That's one of my things is I'm just like easygoing, and I am empathetic. Trade uncertainty is at the highest point on record. Firms delay making potential profitable investments and hiring. Yeah, it was a bit of a long day. The days are getting longer now. You think Bengalitis thinks the Queen is ruling the USA? I like working though, Daryl. You say, yeah, working sucks. No, I don't know. I really enjoy what I do. I think I'm good at it. Yeah, I'm good at what I do and I like it and try to help people like learning. That's pretty much my job. I just think there should be one bathroom. Yeah, Sarah, work motivates people to enjoy their life. Yeah, true. Hello. What is that? I done my nickel? What does that mean? I think I heard that as like serving 5 years in a penitentiary. Okay. Good night, Odin the cat. Sleep well. That would be good. Zenatrel has been coming in longer than Xenu. Sorry, yes, that's true. Zenatrel's not necessarily consistent, but definitely has been coming in for a very, very long time. There's something made of Vanta Black, the darkest substance in the universe besides black matter. Bobihi has Viper Black t-shirt. Ooh, that is very dark. Male. 98 euros though? 98 euros. Well, made in Germany, high fashion quality, fair wages, ecologically responsible. 98 euros for an extra small? And you bought it? That's pretty funny. Quote, I'll stop wearing black when they make a darker color. Yes, I do remember yesterday, Zeno. Thank you. What else are you saying in here? I missed it. Yeah, I guess you are a good person. And I am sometimes very accepting. I don't remember that meta-nemesis. Maybe that was you. Wow, Drag King, I'm sorry that happened to you. Trump canceled the Taliban peace talks. Wow. Migrant apprehensions at the border dropped 30% in August, but it's still up 35% over August 2018. Good, Zena. Man. What? How are we supposed to see all this? Oh, that is pretty hilarious. And why is she wearing Oh, that is pretty hilarious. And look at the price on it. Something like $90 for a roll. For all those rolls, but still $90. Or is that euros? $89.95. That definitely seems like it was some kind of put on. Laugh or croak. That's pretty hilarious. Zena, you just wish you had a wife. You wouldn't want anyone to hurt you. I'm so sorry, Zenetrell. This chat has, I did notice the gloves. This chat has been that way. Okay, I can get rid of Drag King. At least for 10 minutes. And you can also put him on ignore. Oh, it's only 5 minutes? What happened? It used to be 10 minutes. I don't know where Misanthropy is. Oh, Mark can't afford to have less people in the room, so he shortened it to 5 minutes, perhaps. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he just thought that's all the time that we need. How Greta Thunberg captured our attention on climate. The Taliban are saying more Americans are about to die. Thank you, Xanatrell. Thank you, Xenu. Oh, God. I don't even want to click on that link, Dr. Meow, because I know it's true. Or it probably is true. Or I should just say, I wouldn't be surprised. It is, yeah. It's just crazy. In my opinion, that's just crazy. Crazy. He had a link about Alabama blesses incest marriage between brothers and sisters. The heck? What is this crap that David has here? Meal prep mate, that's cool. You're sentenced to life without parole for a nonviolent first drug offense? Well, how are you typing in a chat room? Oh, that's a fee.org article. Currently resides at a federal prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Why do I want to read this? Oh, because he was convicted of conspiring to distribute marijuana? That's why I want to read it. In other more positive news, Russia's done it again. This time it's big. It wasn't True Blue. He was just doing the article. Crack team of scientists discover a secret weapon to neutralize HIV by accident. Multinational team of scientists have made a startling world-first discovery in Russia, which could change the lives of tens of millions of people. They accidentally identified a mechanism to neutralize the HIV virus. Originally, the team of Russian, Swiss, British, American, and Finnish scientists was developing polysulfur heterocycles to tackle cancer, when they suddenly realized the implications of the drug's mechanism were much bigger than anticipated. From the very beginning, the most promising direction of the study seemed to us to study the anti-cancer activity of this class of compounds. But it unexpectedly turned out that such compounds can also have high and selective activity against feline immunodeficiency virus, which is the closest analog of the human immunodeficiency virus. Rakitin said. A press release from South Ural State University claims the discovery could pave the way for a whole new class of antiviral drugs, which could be used for numerous diseases. That is good news. Wow, that's pretty sad. True Blue. I think Birani, they're saying communicable diseases. If you say someone is just only it, communicable diseases do not only spread through the homosexual community. I agree, Xanatrell. I couldn't afford to take the kids to SeaWorld, so I took them to the fish market and said, shh, they're sleeping. Well, kids know when you're lying and know that they're dead. But it's pretty cool to take your kids to a fish market because they see a lot of different things they haven't seen before. Good night, beautiful cat Fluffy, aka DT Allura. Take care. Oh, good, 313. Dave says, Sarah, Trump admitted firing Bolton was the easiest way out for him in 2020. He's tired of being president. He should be tired of being president because he's not doing a good job at it. I hope pot-related offenses are pardoned at some point. It smells fishy, Xanatrell? I'm sorry, Biryani. I don't know how to say your name. That was pretty funny, 313. I wish it were true. It snipes the zinc atom from the HIV virus molecules, thus deactivating them and rendering the virus inert. So you should avoid zinc if you have HIV. Throughout the research, the team discovered drugs that were potent antivirals, but that did not poison the ordinary healthy cells, reducing the scorched earth collateral damage experienced by so many patients on powerful antiviral medications. HIV is a degenerative autoimmune condition which leaves patients vulnerable to numerous opportunistic infections and cancers, drastically reducing life expectancy. 37.9 million people living with AIDS worldwide last year. The peak was in 97. Oh, Xanatrell. That's pretty funny. Yeah. Not all heroes wear capes. A woman rescues a cat during Hurricane Dorian. Not 7 million, 37.9 million. Wait, what? Do you want David to unban all Busarama? Hello, Jose Daniel Cruz. The cat was rescued during Hurricane Dorian. Even in the midst of the hurricane, some people will go out of their way to rescue those that cannot rescue themselves. Good Samaritan from North Carolina, Victoria Williams, saved a terrified cat from the eye of the storm. The cat hanging on for dear life. trying to avoid falling into the floodwaters below was carried to safety as Williams ventured out to rescue the poor baby. Oh, there it is. There's a kitty cat. Oh my gosh, poor kitty cat. Aww. It's like, I'm gonna go get that cat. Aww. What, on a lighter note, what do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Oh, that's cute. You think bad chatters deserve another chance? They probably learned their lessons. I'm not so sure that they have. But you can always ask David to do that. That's the kind of real people who could have rescued the Jeep on the beach, too. Why would I ask him? Why can't you ask him? Did you hear about the new broom? It's sweeping the nation. Thanks, Xanatril, I think. I'm just easygoing. No, you can just type it in the room when he's in. David's in the room, then you can just keep typing it. David, grant the blogger, grant all chatters amnesty, unban all.
Let's see if I can get that picture, that bug uploaded.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking about that. It's the weirdest bug. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
Have you seen a four-legged flying object like that before?
No. With a T, it makes a T with its body.
Yeah. Really weird. I'm hard pressed to. Maybe somebody knows on the internet knows about it. I'm just going to upload this.
People want you to unban all, grant the old chatters amnesty.
Well, no, I can't do that because Milko has 300 usernames, and when we do that, he thinks that we're saying, "Come on in."
We think we're saying we like you,
Yeah.
when we're just saying, "I forgive you." Every 9/11, half the population working in high-rise buildings are like, "Not going in today. I'm sick." True.
I made some coffee, so if you happen to see it in there, you can put it in the thermos. And then I made you a spaghetti dinner if you want any more of that.
Okay.
Whatever's left, you can have. Let me just turn this on for a second and see if it'll find the computer. Let's see if I can get this uploaded.
Oh, the broom salesmen were swept off their feet.
That's funny. Okay, what's the best one? They're all good.
I like this white one. I don't know. That's this one.
Okay, let me uncheck that. I don't think I need that one. That one. Those two?
Yeah.
Or that one too. I think that one's good too.
Sure.
Okay. 5 of these items have been selected.
What did the triangle say to the circle? You're pointless. Or it's pointless to talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's very weird.
Yeah, look at this product that we found on our
I
door.
don't know what it's called. It's some kind of weird bug.
Does anybody know what this bug is? Because to me it looks like a drone. It's been on our door for about 4 or 5 days in the same position.
It's like a 1 inch by 1 inch bug.
Yeah.
Why don't you move it over here and then you can...
I'll look at it.
And then, yeah, desktop or region, one of these two. I'll get rid of that one.
There it is.
Yeah, this is the bug that's been on our door.
This is the bug that's been on our door,
Or our screen door.
our window, for 5 days in the exact same position. I mean, the exact same position. And if they have nanotechnology cameras that could look through, it looks like a bug to me. You know, I don't think it's a. We're not going to touch the thing. It could be worth $50 million. I mean, come on. Oh, Trump admitting firing Bolton was the easy way out for him in 2020. He's tired of being president. No, I don't think Bolton added anything to the Trump's foreign policy. Frankly, I think he was kind of a non-issue. In fact, he detracted from his foreign policy. If Trump wants to appeal to people on the left, he better start behaving less hawkish. Now, Scissor Fight has an image. Did you click that too?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that a weird-looking drone that was on our? Anyway,
I want it.
I'll disconnect this.
Anyway. I don't know.
I don't know what it
It's
is.
only
It
got
hasn't moved
4
in
legs.
4 days. 4 or 5 days. It hasn't moved in the exact same position. Isn't that weird? What does an animal like that or an insect like that do for food if it hasn't moved? I swear it looks like something out of the future. I don't know what.
There it goes. That's it.
Strange.
Well, let me move this down. Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's the bug. It's so strange that someone... I'm not going to bother the bug. It's not inside my house. It's outside. So, but I was looking at it. Yeah. It does seem like its wings are locked in some kind of protective casing. It's very, I don't know. You stick it with a pen like a good entomologist.
I took care of the coffee issues.
Okay.
Spaghetti and Amber's food I can feed her later. Her second
Okay.
round of dinner. Thank you, Sarah, for all your help.
Okay.
We'll be talking about firing Bolton tonight and what the ramifications are for Trump. Wow.
7 o'clock. I don't know what I'm going to do.
You would have shot it within 3 minutes of seeing it? Brianna, we're not in any way trying to hurt insects. I'm an insect right advocate. I actually am working on developing a foundation called STIF. Yeah, Save the Insect Foundation. I've yet to create this, but I really am looking out to protect insects. And I would never kill an insect, but that could be a $50 million drone. I mean, let's be real here. A man went in McDonald's and said, "Are you sure this fish was cooked?" They replied, "Why? Why?" He said, It's ate all the fries." Wow. That's weird. I don't really find that funny. Well, I mean, if it's a $50 million drone, you imagine swatting it, what it would do? It would probably send Pentagon officials to my front door saying, "Hey, man, we planted a drone on your door. I mean, why are you knocking that $50 million drone out? Did you have authorization to destroy federal property? Well, was it published that it was a drone? I don't think. We don't publish it." Yeah. Well, I'll give you an update tomorrow on the status of this amazing thing, which looks just like a little insect. Yeah. It's not that big. It's only about this big. But look at how the quality of, you could tell the wings fan out, and it could easily fly, no problem. But isn't that like almost too perfect? Have any of you seen a bug like this in your entire life? Press 1. Behold, a gargantuan stick insect. Here we go. Busterama has it. This will resolve all big question about whether this is a drone or not. Thanks. At least you're not sending out porn or things like that. The stick insect. Here we go. Whoa. That's pretty cool. That has 4 legs too, so it could be in the same family. Yeah, they're gargantuan stick insect. But this is a little guy. He's just a little floater with a small digital camera transmitting to a satellite in the sky. A male crane fly by... Really? Okay, let's take a look. Could you give me a link to that, Dr. Meow? It's a spider, really? But let me ask you, if you were to make a drone, this is the best I've got, buddy. Yeah. If you were to make a drone, wouldn't you make it like this? I mean, think about it. If you were the top-notch drone manufacturer in the world, your praying mantis is getting bigger. You have pictures of your own insects. Ooh, you got a real praying mantis there. Holy moly. You're amazing, dude. See, I knew that Scissorfight was an insect right advocate too. And really, we're really here to protect the rights of insects as well as humans. I knew this. I started fighting the pesticide companies back in the 70s and 80s. Actually, as early as 67, I started challenging Dow Chemical. But I've been fighting for the rights of insects to, at least exist. And here you are, we found each other. Wow. That's why I'm creating the STIF Foundation. Save the Insect Foundation. Plume moth? No one's seen anything like this. Not one person pressed 1. Isn't that interesting? All you people have every reason to believe that. Oh, you found it. This is it. You found it, dude. Thank you. Okay, it's not a drone after all. It's clearly a plume moth. Oh, totally. Thank you. Appreciate it. I appreciate that, man. Okay, Sarah, it's not a drone. It's a plume moth. Well, I must say, it hasn't moved in 5 days, so I'm going to sit and wait, and if it doesn't move in 10 years, I may just decide, it may be dead. It's like stuck there in one position. You released most of them outside, about 100 of them? Were they that side? Were they that side? How big were they? I mean, you must have a large garden if you had 100 praying mantises you'd released in your neighborhood. I'm sure the neighbors are loving that. I wonder how many people are freaking out by your praying mantises in your... Oh, smaller than that? Okay, good. What about cameras by the highway? Oh, yeah. Well, that's another issue that Truth Tuesday has yet to get to. Last night we did the Media Verification Alliance, but Truth Tuesday is really about things we can look at and say, okay, where are those things? And I have identified towers that are floating above us in every city. This happens to be Cleveland. And these towers are shaped essentially like this. And they're positioned every 300 feet, and they have about 6 bells on them. That looks like 4 bells, but I don't think we can really see them all. Anywhere from 4 to 6 bells on them. And the bells seem to be surveillance cameras. And they have a small little pole at the top and a kind of a pan, like a reverse pie pan on top. There's not one single image of these online anywhere in the world. Yet they're in every single city in America. Because I just drove through them last month. I went through 20 cities in America, and they're all over the major trafficked areas. Look at that praying mantis. Wow. See, that's the kind of praying mantis you'd have in your house if you decided to become addicted to praying mantises. I bet that will get as big as that in your house, Scissorfight. You may want to get a terrarium for it. So, Phobeticus serotypes, formerly known as Pharmacus serotypes. Okay. Okay, True Blue has, thank you for that. The moth on the protected species list, you're not allowed to touch it by federal law. Are you serious? Busarama says that moth is, you're not allowed to touch it by federal law. Okay, now it's getting a little weird. Uh-huh. Are you serious, Busarama? That thing that's on my window, I can't touch by federal law? Sir Fartslot says, David, if you kill that moth, you're going to jail. I would never kill it. No, in fact, I haven't touched it since I got there. But are you just pulling my leg, Busarama? Well, I can tell you, Tiddly D, if this thing does move, I'll tell you. I'll give you a heads up on it. I'm just going to leave it on the door until it does move, and it has not moved in 4 or 5 days. So I'm beginning to think that maybe the story of this particular thing is more BS than anything. It could be that they are producing some sort of a real drone that they're calling a real moth, a rare moth. Yeah, a plume moth. Final Dream has identified it. Thank you, Final Dream. A plume moth. And I think Busarama is just saying it's on the federal endangered split. Let me look up plume moth to see if it is on the endangered species list. Yeah, I seriously don't want to hurt an endangered species, but isn't that weird? Yeah, that definitely looks like it. Okay, let's take a look. Plume moth, endangered species list, just to verify what he's saying. And this is what you do on Truth Tuesday. You look up things. It is red listed for threatened species in 2015. It's called Agdistis marionnae. Marion's plume moth. Wow. I don't know if there are repercussions, because I certainly don't want to hurt the poor thing, being I'm an insect right advocate. But anybody, no one spotted any of these things above there. You can look around in your city. They're probably in a 3-mile stretch of land in the highest, most dense areas of the country. And they're usually positioned about 300 feet apart, like the 5G network. But in no way has anyone been able to verify these, and they're in every city. So I don't know what it is. Okay, we're having a solar blast. Hold on. Okay, we're good. Marion's plume moth. Marine coastal. Resident. It's in the red list of threatened species. Wow. Okay. Included in international legislation? Yes. Occurs in at least one protected area? Yes. Okay. Good to know. Thank you. I think you definitely alerted me to this amazing creature. It just so happens it looks identical to a drone. A full micro air vehicle, capable of watching everything in your home. I don't have to start feeding it. There's nothing to feed it. What do I do with it? I have no idea what's its native environment. It seems to be happy where it is. Yeah. I think that they know how to eat. No, my cat could never get as high as that. It's sitting very protected and very safe place. What would the moth diet consist of? Fleas? I mean, what do they eat? Because I have no clue as to what they would possibly eat. Oh, you got a picture of something like that? Let me take a look. Yeah, there you go. What is the name of this? High quality mast light pole highway JPEG. Okay. I think you found it. Wow, good job. See, we solved 2 problems. Dr. Meow found this high quality high mast light pole. It looks very similar to this, except it only has, well, yeah, except for the lack of an antenna, it definitely looks like that, yeah. Thanks, you found it. Okay, Dr. Meow put that story to rest. They're light poles. So now all I have to do is go to the area that I spotted them in Seattle, actually in Linwood, at night and take a picture of it at night when it's lighting up the sky to know for sure that it's really a light pole. Thank you. So I will have to leave the show right now. I'm going to get my car and I'm going to drive over to Linwood, which is about 112 miles away, and see if it's lit. So I'll be back. Just stay put for about 4 hours, and I'll be right back. See you there. No, I'm not going to go out there right now, but I think we're onto something. So we've debunked two things. I don't have a drone in my front yard, on my front door. It's an endangered species moth, a Marion moth. Good to know. I'm not going to hurt it. It's outside. It can do its own feeding. But if it doesn't move in 10 years, I'll be a little freaked out. And we found out that these could very well be lights. So, hey, we made some major accomplishments. Would you like to now take on climate change? The moth is endangered, yes. We can't touch the moth. It's on the red list of endangered species. I don't know what it's going to do.
We're giving it a safe place to be.
We're giving it a safe space to be, and
that's why it likes it there, because we leave the light on.
We have a light on. We leave the light on for Motel 6 employees.
No, for the moth.
I mean, for the moth, right. Brianna says, David, do insects make you horny? No, I'm not in any way attracted to insects. They're kind of a turnoff, to be honest. I only became an insect right advocate because I saw the slaughter of genocide of innocent insects going on all my life. It started when my mother told me that, David, we sprayed today for Dewey Pest Control. And I went, oh, okay. And then, David, could you go out and play? I get out of my hair for a little while. So I go outside and I play in the dirt that was just sprayed with pesticides. Yeah. The whole area was completely sprayed with pesticides. So I'm playing in the pesticide dirt. And I noticed it had a weird smell. And I didn't trust it. And I remembered my mother always said, wash your hands before you eat. And I always wash my hands like with soap multiple times before I eat. So I never really ingested the pesticides. Whereas if I hadn't washed my hands and been like any other kid, I would have been eating hot dogs with pesticides in my hands. But I grew up in that native environment of people just spraying their house, my mother in particular. So then I started, when I was 3.5 years old, I read this book called Silent Spring by Rachel Carson, which was amazing. Actually, I think I was 5 years old. Yeah, because at 3 I was doing nursery rhymes. 5 years old. Anyways, Silent Spring was the renowned book that triggered the concern we have over DDT and finally got a pesticide banned. The only pesticide in the whole country that's ever been banned, DDT, due to the work that Rachel Spring put together in 1962. But Silent Spring became an instant national bestseller and went on to awaken people all around the world to the dangers of pesticides. And we haven't really accomplished anything since then. Because when they outlawed DDT in America, the companies involved, namely Dow Chemical, shipped all that DDT to South America and gave it to the farmers, or much of it, and then actually started selling the DDT to the farmers because they needed it to get rid of certain pests that were dangerous, like the moth that we just described. Or mosquitoes, for that matter, yeah. Oh, which, by the way, is they're going to be doing mass aerial spraying in certain areas of, I believe, Rhode Island, because they just found a triple E virus that killed a young man in the state of Rhode Island. So we're seeing this man dying of the triple E virus caused by mosquito bites, so they're going to be spraying quite a bit on the East Coast. This is a threat. I mean, if a new triple E virus could kill people or cause them to get into a coma and then die, I mean, you can imagine where we're going with this. But anyway, I was trying to deal with the dangers of pesticides back then, and I made some progress. You know, I even pushed organic food on the market in the 1980s, and I was responsible for getting the general manager at Safeway to start making organic food. The O brand was born, and I was the guy that introduced organics to him. So I've been really out there kind of pitching for good quality soil, good quality environment, and improving our way of life as a result. And they've proven that if you do eat organic, you will lower your risk of cancer. That has been proven. I'm not responsible for the moth, no. All we're doing is protecting it in its native environment. I'm not holding it hostage. It can fly away without any restraint whatsoever. Okay, that's it for you, Micah. So yeah, the moth is free to go, but I'd rather start talking about climate change if you don't mind. Now, I believe climate change is happening. I believe it's happening in areas which are not just cycles in history. I know that the overwhelming heat wave we had last summer gets longer and longer. And I know that I've had snow in this area for the past 6 years, which I never did for the previous 6 years, except for maybe 1 or 2 years. So I'm seeing changes in my area. I'm sure you're seeing changes in your areas. The question is, are these changes cyclical? And the Republicans have latched onto this belief that we are entering an ice age. We are. They're right. We are. Every 25,000 years, our Earth enters an ice age. The problem is that ice age will be taking another at least 250 years before we even start feeling the effects of that ice age. So we're kind of at the beginning of that. Out of a 25,000 year swash, we're at the beginning of a 250 year period where we may enter an ice age. But things are happening a lot faster than they expected. Even the magnetic north has changed at an exponential rate over the past 10 years. So that's a telling sign that magnetic north is changing direction. The sun is actually flipping polarity every 11 years. We do know that too. And we also know that an ice age is often triggered by a flip in polarity, or it happens at the same time. So if we are entering some sort of cataclysmic period, it's probably we're at the beginning of a 250-year cycle. So we're kind of overreacting, and what I'm thinking is we're not seeing climate change, we're seeing modifications of the weather due to a human implant of heavy metals in the sky mixed with massive amounts of radio frequencies. And this combination of man manipulating nature is basically climate rape, for lack of a better word. So we really are raping, we're really raping the earth. Mother Nature is being bent over and given it to it without lubrication. So we are looking at climate rape going on. Well, I've done everything I can to protect this species. So, yeah. Yeah. Wound, injury, hunt, capture, kill is a $3,500 statutory fine. Look at this. Oh, I don't doubt it. As an insect right advocate, I respect these laws, actually. This is something, if I were to kill it, it could be a maximum of $3,500, $7,500, second degree, a second crime. Of a third degree crime is $13,000. Wound, injure, hunt, capture, $2,000, maximum, $4,500, $10,000. Taking via significant habitat modification or degradation, like say I would hit it with a blowtorch or something, well, that would be killing it. I'm not doing anything to harm this beautiful little insect. Harass, there you go, $1,000 to $10,000 fine, a maximum second degree fine, $2,000, and a third offense, $7,500. And collecting their body parts, like pulling it apart, yeah. If I were to import or export this somewhere to $4,000, that fine. Possess, deliver, transport, 3,500. Deliver, transport, sell, or ship, threaten, up to 3,000. Trade in violation of sites, 500 to 2,500. Violation certificate of exemption, yep. Violation condition of a permit issue for, yep, there you go. So if you were to get me the actual location of the entomologist that would be interested in this, that would be very helpful. Yeah, feel free to send me any information you have on the entomologist that would be best suited to actually maintain records. Because so far I've maintained a record of this creature, and I will continue to maintain records. Yes. So anything you can get me to, like a local person to contact, because I would love to have somebody come to the door and help with the the proper care and maintenance of this creature. Now, if it's gone tomorrow morning, we have nothing to worry about. It'll have flown away. But I'll be taking pictures of it. If you could actually, yeah, go ahead. Give the local federal department anybody in charge of this creature. I have great hair. But if you could get anybody in charge of this creature to contact me, could you have them either email me at americasthirdparty@gmail.com? Yeah, I'm not going to in any way endanger this beautiful, beautiful creature, but have them email me. Could you do that for me? Thank you. And if they want to contact me directly, you know the number, 707-YOUR-ATP. Have them call me. I don't think, no, I'm taking personal pictures of the bug, and in no way am I going to capitalize on those. No. I only put the bug on the line so that somebody could find it and found it for me. Yes. The insect police, right. Well, what I've got right now, that's not a bad idea. Yeah. I think I can maintain, I probably could do that. I could probably rig that up. Calling me on the phone, sure, people call me all the time. Yeah. Yeah. You made $121 in 4 hours tonight as a radio cab driver operator. Yeah. Well, I can store the live footage of this creature for a period of time, but I can't keep a steady record of it. So, I think the fact that I'm documenting its presence once a day is safe. Yeah. Hourly proof of life, really? Wow. Yeah, Brianna says, screw that. Just do the best you can. Thank you. Zenatril says, Mark tried to bribe you to troll our show the other night. You turned his bribe down? Wow. Thank you for turning him down. I'm thinking we'll start the documentary tomorrow. And I'll fix a live camera onto it and record to a hard drive. No video? Try our video at Periscope. We have a video show on Periscope. So what's the best pathway to take for dealing with people that are spraying us daily and endangering the life of all endangered species? Not just us, but all species. In fact, this little creature is theoretically enduring chemicals in the air. Isn't it incumbent upon us? Yeah, I saw that picture. It's pretty funny. It's a big, huge, amazing stick bug. It's fascinating how these things operate. Yeah, unfortunately, the pesticides and the chemicals they're dumping on the sky are killing off far more than little bugs. we're endangering our entire planet by allowing these psychopaths to dump these chemicals in the air, and all of us are in some way complicit in just allowing it. They say that roaches will inherit the earth. I don't know. I tend to think that we already have inherited the earth. What are you, a cockroach? Okay, you cockroach? Yeah. So yeah, if you could alert the authorities of this problem with the chemtrails, I'd appreciate that too. Yeah. Contact your local authorities and say you don't want to be sprayed, and you're thinking that the spray is affecting the endangered species in your area. Are you sure that tardigrades are living on the moon already? Are you sure? Are you just making that up? They've never found life on the moon. I've never found tardigrades on the moon that I know of. I think you're kind of reaching with that theory. Nutzel Grinsmithson?
What?
Nutzel Spritzlin? What do you have? Cat saying water, talking cat. Watch this.
Water. Mila, say water. Oh my god!
Here we go. Saying water. So yeah, I'm going to erect the live webcam as soon as I get off the show here. I love you.
Water. Mila, say water. Oh my god!
He said water. A cat said water. Oh my god. That's great. That's great. Unless there's a base built in the moon, nothing would be able to survive the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space. Oh, Amber speaks to me in many different ways. I believe you're telling me the truth. Crashed Israeli lunar lander, spilled tardigrades on the moon. Okay, well, we're not so sure we even landed on the moon, truly, so I'm not so sure you're accurate about that, but maybe you're right. I'll take a look at your article, though. Yeah, so I'm very excited to know that I can actually, take a picture of this. I don't know how long it's going to stay on my front window. I'll keep you posted, but, if it changes direction, I don't know. It could leave right now and just disappear. But for some reason, it likes my home. I feel so special. I feel blessed. I feel like I felt when Hillary won the Secretary of State position. Or when Bernie turned down the nomination for president of the United States. Remember when Bernie said he didn't want to do it? He just gave up to Hillary. And people are still voting for this guy. I'm just promising everything to everybody, Dave, and seeing how it sorts out. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Bernie. And no offense to all you burn-tards out there who believe everything he says. He's going to create 14 million jobs. Exactly what kind of a job are you creating, Bernie? Exactly. I mean, just... Will they do a false flag tomorrow and blame it on... I don't know. They're seemingly getting more and more pissed at Iran because Trump needs somebody to blame.
All right, gross story time.
How to spread hepatitis around the world without leaving your house.
Hepatitis A is passed.
I don't know if I want to watch that, but I'll put it in the lineup. But I don't encourage bioterrorism. My God. Baika, you have been removed from the show. Baika, last warning, and I'm going to ban you. All right, let me get the tardigrade in here. We've got a couple tardigrades that like to pipe in on whether there are tardigrades on the moon or not. We've kind of drifted from our original theme of talking about, here's a tardigrade, one of the smallest creatures known to man. For every one of us, there's at least 1 billion of them. Okay. Oh, tardigrade, how weird can you be? Yeah, this is your last warning, Vika, or it's ban time. Oh, tardigrade, oh, tardigrade. Look at how weird these things look. I mean, they're just like, and you know, they can be dried up to like completely desiccated and not even take any space and live like 100 years and then come back to life. I'm telling you, they're life forms that are just beyond our comprehension. Like Vika. The tardigrade crew were probably killed on the lunar impact. Okay. Let's get to the story. I know you're all waiting to find out the truth about the tardigrades. The Beresheet lunar lander carried thousands of books and DNA samples and a few thousand water bears to the moon. But did any of it survive the crash? There is the tardigrade. I know, try not to imagine it looking like you. I know how many of you feel when you look in the mirror, but this is just a creature so small that you couldn't even see it with a microscope. Isn't it freaking you out a little bit? Yeah. Kind of reminds you of the Human Centipede, 1, 2, and 3, the movie, you know? It was just before midnight on April 11th, and everyone at the Israel Aerospace Industries Mission Control Center in Yehud, Israel, had their eyes fixed on two large projector screens. One on the left was the stream of data being sent back to Earth by the Beresheet, its lunar lander, which is about to become the first private spacecraft to land on the moon. The right screen featured a crude animation of Beresheet firing its engines as prepared for a soft landing in the Sea of Serenity, but only seconds before the scheduled landing, the numbers on the left screen stopped. Mission Control had lost contact with the spacecraft, and it crashed into the moon shortly thereafter. So apparently they loaded a lot of these little things in the spacecraft that landed. And I don't see much differences between the before and after picture here. It's like, yeah. Oh, there it is. Point of impact. Okay, I don't believe that. 2016, probably funded lunar lander. Yeah. I don't believe we ever exited the ionosphere. I think it's a stretch to think we ever left the Earth's ionosphere because of the Van Allen belts. Obviously, are much more strong than we had ever thought possible. I mean, look at the space shuttle. We know for a fact that it reached 230 miles outside of the Earth's surface, and then its tiles burned off. What does that tell you? Well, why would they put inferior tiles on the space shuttle when they could have just used the fuselage that was in Apollo 11, which, according to some people, made it all the way to the moon and back without even a fuel supply? Are you beginning to realize you've been lied to yet? You don't have to realize it right away. It could be years later you realize it. But they're lying to you. I don't believe we ever went to the moon. That's because we haven't been back in 50 years. And Trump didn't even plan on stopping at the moon. And Trump actually said, when he was talking about his Space Force, he actually said, we're going to Mars, but we're not going to the moon. And he says, no, the moon is part of Mars. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. We believe that. Not. So what are we to believe? I don't know. I saved the ESA document, and I also saved those pictures you sent me, Meow TV. The images of these bell towers that look like lights. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. Maybe they are just lights. Could be. Nothing to worry about, right? High quality light pole. High quality, high mass light pole highway. Okay? I'm going to go with that. So, excellent. Vika has been removed from the show. My goodness, you lost your count over this. That's too bad. Oh, we were worried about you, ticking time bags. You really were a big topic of our conversation when during this storm of Dorian that destroyed the Bahamas. They thought that you were in Florida at some gay club and just terrorized by this, a tremendous amount of wind and jeez. But are you okay? Good. Okay, video lander Vikram intact. Lying in tilted position on moon surface. Claim sources, no confirmation. That's a fake picture. Yeah, everything about the moon landings are all fake, including the recent Chinese one.
ISRO is now making all-out efforts to establish link with Chandrayaan-2's Vikram lander. The lander is there as a single piece, not broken into pieces. That's the latest coming in. It is in a tilted position. That's what an ISRO official associated with the mission has claimed, where they are making efforts and all-out efforts to see whether communication now can be re-established with the lander. That's what is coming in from ISRO, the Indian Space Research Organization, continuing to make all...
Wait a second. They're giving you an animation to show you a live landing? I mean, it's an animation. It's not a real landing. It's kind of like the Abbottabad attack. Remember that, when Osama bin Laden was taken out? Well, the truth is, it wasn't even Osama bin Laden. It was an imposter. And the government didn't have them under surveillance for 5 years. It was only a 5-month operation. It was designed to take away any concern about Obama's long-form birth certificate. It was sitting in the wings, waiting to deploy to take our mind off of Obama's long-form birth certificate. So we went right to Osama bin Laden's capture in Abbottabad. But there's no evidence that that even happened. There's more than enough evidence a stealth helicopter crashed, that a guy they found there looked kind of like Osama bin Laden, but isn't him. And there was never any DNA evidence presented to our government in international court by our government when the bin Laden family sued for the DNA evidence that they had captured bin Laden. Again, they stonewalled that, and not one of the family members of bin Laden, the 3 wives and the supposedly 6 kids, were actually ever interviewed, ever, by any news agency. Now, anyone talking about India's moon mission and China's moon mission are wasting my time, because I don't believe any of these are accurate. I don't believe it ever happened. And that's precisely why none of those countries ever sent a human being into space to go to the moon. We never really used fuselage that was developed by Apollo 11 to advance the space shuttle program. So obviously they were using tiles, thinking that would work. When the space shuttle got close to the ionosphere, it actually, the tiles burned right off. So clearly we didn't go to the moon. Otherwise we would have used that great aluminum foil that they used on the Apollo project. Hey, the reason why I'm talking about this is I have a rather intimate knowledge of both the Gemini, Saturn, and Apollo program. I was in utero during the time that they were developed. My mother actually carried me during that time when she was doing all of the typing of the documents for the Saturn, Gemini, and Apollo program. So I have an intimate feeling and kind of a sense of what's happening. I never was employed by any space program. I was simply in utero at the time. I was carried up to the 9th month of pregnancy by my mom, who worked directly with the space program. She was one of their key executive typists. And she would take all the data and loosely written, handwritten crap from the physicists, like Oppenheimer, and create the documents necessary for NASA to deploy these things. The science and the math that went into space travel is incredible, incredible. And believe me, we are able to deploy satellites in the atmosphere. Yeah, at one point, Oppenheimer walked up to my mother and wanted to touch the baby and actually put his hand on my mother's womb area. And I felt this real evil force around me, and I kicked him, a roundhouse kick. I think I hurt his pinky. My mother typed 106 words a minute, and she had a friend who typed 115 words a minute. Yeah, she was fantastic, an incredible typist, and I grew up in a very interesting environment in utero with nuclear scientists around me. But that in no way it gives me the ability to pass judgment on NASA or any of their programs. All I can do is use inductive logic to determine whether we have or have not landed on the moon, and whether the moon landings were real or not. And the more we look at the moon landings, the more we are asking bigger questions, like how could you fit 3 astronauts in a place that you couldn't fit 2 astronauts? You could go to the Space and Science Museum over in Washington right now and try to imagine 2 astronauts in there, let alone 3 in the lunar capsule. It's impossible. It's technically impossible to fit 3 men with full suits on in that space. So there's just things that don't add up. Even the metal that they used was, by their own admission, wafer thin in some areas. You can't withstand the level of pressure of the vacuum of space with wafer thin metal with no struts. So I have prenatal memory as well. Not just baby memory, but prenatal memory. I'm not bragging. I mean, I'm actually complaining. I wish I never had prenatal memory. Vacuum, anything pressurized in a vacuum immediately collapses. Well, many of you think the moon is a hologram and the Earth is some sort of a dome, has a dome over it. I mean, so I'm really speaking to the mindset of a group of people that have a cumulative IQ of maybe 42. I'm worrying you too. You're worried. I'm worried about you too. Threats that you're going to prosecute me for having a rare and endangered species on the outside of a door. I'm a little bit worried about you. Hey, I'm going to urge you to contact the authorities and get back to me with that threat. I'm kind of tired of you. Yeah. Can you believe the troll that I just had in there for a few 5 days? We're done with that guy. Yeah, Kubrick was forced to shut his mouth and never tell anybody, but the moon landing was faked. There's more than enough evidence that Kubrick gave in The Shining that indicates all kinds of clues as to what happened with the moon landing. The Shining is just an allegory for, hey, I'm covering up everything, everyone. That's really what he wanted to say. Kubrick lived in total secrecy and privacy for years. Because he didn't want anyone in the government to know where he was. He was worried about being terminated. The deal is that Richard Nixon actually set up the moon landing because he wanted to fulfill Robert F. Kennedy's great dream of landing on the moon in this decade. We will go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. And Richard Nixon, my fellow Americans, I'm really a boring droll of a person, but I want you to think that I'm better than John F. Kennedy. So he managed to convince everybody within NASA to lie. And when you join NASA, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement insisting that you will never ever tell the truth. So people that get their degree and then go on to become a NASA technician have to sign this non-disclosure agreement. And if they in any way violate it, they can go to Leavenworth. So they have to carry the belief that they've been to the moon, etc., etc. So what I'm going to recommend is that we listen to a little thing by Buzz Aldrin. When he talked to a little girl in a video just a couple of years ago, not too long ago, where he says we never went to the moon. Yeah. See if I can pull it up.
has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. But I think I know. Because we didn't.
So he told a little girl we didn't go to the moon. Now this is Buzz Aldrin's most recent reveal of the truth. He's just telling the truth. No, he honestly was being upfront about it. He didn't want to keep this thing going anymore. Okay, John Oliver, isn't that funny? This video is unavailable in my area too. Anyway, let's talk about how this massive flow of chemicals in the air, and you can call it whatever you want, stratospheric aerosol injection if you're a Democrat, condensation if you're a Republican. Call it for what it is. It's a chemical dump on the sky above us. They are literally raping us with chemicals. And we're sitting here getting dumbed down every day while they continue to dump lithium in the atmosphere, silver iodide to move water in different directions, barium, aluminum. I mean, you don't need a barium enema. You can just breathe the air. Yeah. When are we going to stop this? Are you just going to sit back and get sprayed like an insect and never want to do anything political? You just want to like completely turn into a couch potato the rest of your life and wonder why the world is getting worse and worse with more plastic waste showing up on the shores, killing off innocent creatures like your fish in your tuna can. Yeah, those creatures were innocent at one time. Your tuna was an innocent tuna. And now it's probably infected with gamma rays, cesium, plastic waste, God knows what else, microplastic. And we're just sitting back going, oh yeah, feed me, like a bunch of dumb tardigrades. Yeah, so we're not that much better than those tardigrades, are we? I don't think so. We have an endangered drone here that we have to take care of. Yeah, the endangered drone species list will be honored throughout the evening. Artie Lang is back from a rehab photo. Great to be back. Let's take a look and see what Artie Lang is doing. Who the hell is Artie Lang? Okay, he's out of rehab. Thanks for your support. Love you all. Great to be home. 7 months, 14 days sober, but 1 day at a time. Lots of new stories to tell. We'll announce some new tour dates on Friday. Okay, that's definitely kind of a weird mask look he's got on his face. And his nose, yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe that's just I think it's a suntan over his nose. Good luck, Artie, staying sober. Thanks so much for giving me that heads up about Artie Happy Hour. Who the hell's Artie Lang? Maybe his nose was altered by the light that was burning on it. Suntan kind of thing. Yeah, who is he and why do we care? Drag King is up to more and more horrible pictures. Drag King, I am not going to allow you to post that in the show. That's horrible. We don't allow us extreme violence. That's just inappropriate. This poor woman was just nearly coat hangered by a forklift. And he sends me a picture in the show. I don't need that. Anyway. Did Howard Stern dope him up? I don't know. Howard Stern does dope? You know what coat hangering is? I don't. Somebody said coat hangering is when a person's neck taken down by the neck. Howard Stern he's just a shill for the Zionist elite state that control the media. I mean, Howard Stern gets $500 million over 10 years talking about anal sex online. I could do it for free. Why are comedians so troubled? Well, let's remove Howard Stern from the list of people called comedians, because he's not a comedian, he's a shock jock. Big difference. He and Joe Rogan are kind of on the same page, and Alex Jones.
You're not going to believe this, but the Illuminati is creating alternate human beings with chips in their brain that will fuse with monkeys, and we will have monkey hybrid humans, and they'll be taking over the world.
Would you rather talk about anal sex like Howard Stern does? I mean, where do you want to go with that shock jock talk? Because I'm not a shock jock, nor am I wearing a jock strap. Okay, since our conversation has devolved to this, let's talk about something more intelligent. I don't know what's going on with Trump's California takeover, sending the FEMA camps over there to solve the homelessness. I have a simple solution for California, and I think Governor Newsom should listen to me. I would make a thing. It's a fairly complicated thing that would require some engineers. But the people of Skid Row who are now coming down with leprosy, they might like something like this. This may be a little too complicated for the California government to work out, but when you think about it, why don't we have like a few of them? Like multiple toilets? Wouldn't that be nice? Then people could not defecate in their baggies and live around the feces, so that it's turning into an environment for disease. So why don't you just make some toilets in Skid Row, Governor Newsom, and get your head out of your ass and flush it. Just give yourself self-waterboarding for a little while. But don't hurt yourself. I wouldn't want to, in any way affect your lovely demeanor. But Governor Newsom is such a suck-up that he's now imposing forced vaccinations on the people of California, and they are irate. This smiling gossamer idiot has become the poster child of the leftist belief that they can just sit and smile and suck up to corporate America and expect everything just to be fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. Yep. Yeehaw. I think Governor Newsom is kind of a shell of a human being, because anybody with any decent behavior would never, ever authorize forced vaccinations on children. They'd provide some solution of some sort to the forced vaccinations that are going on. Now, I don't know who this guy thinks he is, but he's certainly not me, I can tell you that. I mean, he doesn't even look like me. Well, Dave, thank you. And I want to thank all the Democrats who have voted for me in the upcoming election. I, too, believe that vaccines are good. Yeah. I mean, where would we be without vaccines? Well, vaccines, if they're done properly, like with a few just at a time, maybe would be healthy. Could it be Satan? Maybe vaccines could be beneficial if you got like maybe 5 or 6 of them. But 73 vaccines they're giving kids now? I don't think that should be forced on anybody. I mean, come on, grow a brain cell. I take it no one wants to talk about anal sex today. Okay, good. Because Howard Stern covers that on his show. I don't really want to compete with his audience. Yeah, 73 vaccines they're pushing in their bodies, these people. Oh, good. Thank you. Drag King stopped his little routine. I muted him, He posted a very obnoxious picture. And I'm not about to do something that's wrong, because I am Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, I'm Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause thoughts to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around. Cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet. My heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, Mr. Wright's back on track. So I refuse to say anything wrong tonight. I know, Drag King has a concern about the environment. The fact of the matter is, we've got a lot of people who are incels in here, Drag King, involuntarily celibate people. And I think talking about that type of sex is not healthy for them. Yeah, it's only exacerbating their problem. They can't find any orifice to have sex with. So you're only frustrating a large group of incels in a room. Okay? Thank you. Do you have any idea how lonely it is when you can't find the right orifice to have sex with? Yeah, what are we supposed to deal with your obsession of gay sex coming in the show? I mean, you're bringing perversion into the show when we need to bring it in positive light and bring truth to Truth Tuesday. We need to be more positive.
Certainly.
All right. Any other questions about planting the seed of awareness in people's minds? Because that's really what Truth Tuesday is about. I just talked about the simple fact that we need toilets at Skid Row, and Eric Garcetti can't seem to figure that out. So now Trump wants to bring in the FEMA death squad. I mean, what the hell? You know, just get them some toilets and some running water, for crying out loud. Thank you. If I had Governor Newsom on the phone, I'd say, what do I need to do to get you toilets? What the hell? We just need toilets and water, running water, maybe some shower bins and something to clean up on it. People are people. Just treat them like people and they'll be good people. People, gonna be people, are the loneliest people in the world. Yeah, I just think people need toilets. Call me old-fashioned. Dave, you're old-fashioned. People don't need toilets. They just need plastic baggies to dump their poop in and leave them on the corner so that Nancy Pelosi's poop squad can pick them up. I don't believe that. No, just treat homelessness with a little respect. I'll tell you, homeless people get no respect. Take my wife, for example. She's not homeless, but I don't respect her. Skid Row needs to be pressured washed with penicillin. I agree, up to a point. But we're going to go with something non-toxic, not penicillin. No, you treat anybody with a modicum of respect. I've lived among the homeless people. I have. I purposely put myself in a rough situation when I was 18. Yeah, I had the world waiting me. With all of my top level of performance in academics, I could have easily gone on to get a PhD at any major university. If only I could get a few dollars, but because I was white, I got nothing. So what I did was, instead of going on to higher education, I went down to the lowest level of society to see how they lived. I actually bought a VW van, and I worked heavily, like 3 jobs, just to support myself, and lived in the van and saved my money. And for about 2 years there, I lived in the van down by the Venice Beach, and I also lived around the UCLA campus, and I pretty much put myself in homeless situations even though I had a van. I met a lot of homeless people too. And for I think the following 6 or 8 years, I actually got to know a lot of homeless people because I worked in one of the most ideal places for homeless people to live, Santa Monica, California. To this day, it's a homeless paradise. People come from all around homeless worlds just to go there. Now, no, I had a home, I had a room I could go to, I could sleep in on the weekends if I wanted to. I had a family. But I felt like I needed to find out what the real world was like because I'd been sheltered quite a bit in my life. Growing up, a perfect student, top scholar, 4.0 in high school, the #1 valedictorian, I didn't really know what the street life was like. So I kind of took myself into the next dimension and did what I had to do to experience what life was like. And I think I met a 47-year-old woman who had dated Jim Morrison. That was really weird. And then I had a relationship with her when I was 18. That was pretty wild. There are nearly 70,000 homeless veterans that we know of. You know, I heard 34% of all veterans are homeless. So the number of veterans in the U.S., and take 34% of that. $20 million. So your number is slightly off. Yeah. 20 million veterans, 34% of that is a significantly high number. So virtually 7 million homeless veterans in America. I wouldn't doubt that. Yeah. It's not a question of winning at this point and getting 200,000 votes per day to win. I don't think you realize what we're germinating here on the site. We're trying to help you become aware of the two-party failure in this world. I will convince you over and over again of their mistakes that they make every day that leads to a massive budget of 1.34 trillion over budget every year, and a country that isn't solving key problems like homelessness. I heard there were like 5 million homeless in the U.S., but so if the 34% of homeless, 34% of veterans are homeless, then the number is much higher than 5 million total. Yes, they have a fully automatic self-cleaning toilet in France, but these things are expensive.
Porte fermée et verrouillée.
I'm sorry, but that's not self-cleaning. That's like toilet paper on the ground from some Hep C victim or Hep A victim, Hep B victim. That's not a fully automated toilet. We'd be better off if we dug trenches and put wooden toilet seats down, basically constructed on top of 2x4s in like a bench style, and then move the entire unit down as they fill up. Open trenches and just pour lye down on top of it or something. I kid you not. Pour lye down. I think we can make some improvements on that toilet, but thank you for that reference. I will add it to our link tonight. Everyone wants to see an automated toilet in the middle of France. I have an idea for a toilet that takes away that the factor. I'm not going to tell you about it, but I know you want to tell me more, Dave. I have an idea for a toilet that will actually take away that problem that a lot of these toilets are actually incurring, which is people living in the toilet. There have been numerous instances where people sleep in these automated toilets, and you can't get them out of there. I want to treat people properly, so I have actually a new idea. I developed it. I'm in the process of doing a sketch on it on SketchUp. I'm going to have an animation for you, and I may seek to patent it before I show it to you. But I have a pretty good idea of how to keep people to a minimum of maybe 10 minutes in those toilets. Yeah, when the crap problem in California started when they got rid of paper and just said plastic. Plastic bags are now illegal in California, so now they have a crap problem. Where to put the crap? Plastic bags cost money. Conflict. Homeless people don't have money. How do they get plastic bags to put their crap in it? Answer, they crap right there on the street. What happens when crap is on the street? You get cholera. You get typhus. You get the first case of leprosy in decades. Let's take a look and see if that article is true. Leprosy in Los Angeles. Okay, we have no verification of the leprosy accusation that there's some sort of leprosy outbreak, so I can't confirm that, but the New York Post says it's only a matter of time before homeless leprosy outbreaks, according to the New York University document. Homeless conditions are so dire, diseases associated with the Middle Ages could soon reemerge. A comeback in community like leprosy. So we have no confirmation of leprosy in and around Los Angeles, but thank you. I will not tell you my idea for the toilet yet, because I haven't fully created it, but I'll be working on that separately. According to this article, 4 days ago, leprosy could be the next public health crisis to hit Los Angeles. So this is an article that's inspiring a discussion of leprosy. Eric Garcetti just build some nice bathrooms with open, in fact, if you just put toilets in there with minimal shelving next to them and then a timer with a heat lamp or something, no, that wouldn't work. I know, 150 mile per hour wind tunnel, so that when a person does their business, you then turn the wind tunnel on, it just pushes them out the door. Hey, what's wrong? I'm going to have to feed her.
EarthHero.com.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a look. So Preparation H just said he has good news. He mentioned me to somebody named Chrissy on another network. She has lots of things, including recycling, she's into. And I think I'll add that link right there and see what it looks like. EarthHero.com. Thank you. So they've got an Earth site here. Thanks for that, Preparation H. Yeah, the floor drops out after 15 minutes in a dunk tank kind of. No, then you'd fall into the toilet. That wouldn't work. Anyway, I'll tell you about my idea once I have it all in print. And I'm going to publish a copy of it to myself so I can do the poor man's copyright. Okay, let's take a look. Eco Living, made simple, new arrivals, all kinds of stuff. Made it of recycled material. That's pretty cool. A Dusty Rose safety razor for only $51.99. Yeah. It's expensive to be environmentally conscious, I guess. I just want to see some decent bathroom facilities in Skid Row. Am I asking too much? And so
Maybe.
small they can't sleep in them.
Maybe. No, I'm just kidding.
No, but I mean like a small area with a toilet, you can't sleep on the toilet. You know, that's the point. Just some place to go to the bathroom. I think people will use it and then have a self-cleaning ability so you can spray it down with hot steam or something. Oh, you have a better one? Oh, we're looking at self-cleaning toilets today. Here it is. This one cleans up the floor and everything. Yep, see? It's like a revolving door on the floor. So the door closes, the floor changes positions, and it sucks everything it has, including bottles, into the floor. That's a pretty good design. Yeah. But somebody could still stay in there and hide while the door swings open, even though... No, you're right. They can't. They actually can't do that. Once the door leaves, the floor will suck them under the ground there. They may get caught in the impellers underneath. That's a novel idea, though. I like it. Thank you. I'm going to add that to my list tonight of automated toilets. We're going to have to install these at Skid Row. There's just no way around it. Eric Garcetti needs to do something. Hiya. Okay, another Brothers in. I'm going to improve on the idea. I'll come up with something better. There are live streams of Skid Row right here, happy hour. Okay. Live feed of Skid Row right now. Okay, I'll come back to that in a little bit. I agree with you. We can improve on that idea. You told her about our show, and she said she's going to check it out. Thanks, Preparation H, for helping spread the good word. Okay, Sarah's going to come in. I'm going to do a little eating, and I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah, high pressure hose, good to clean a toilet. That's a good point. It's buffering. The feed for Skid Row's buffering.
Hey, we identified the items, so I'll be taking daily pictures of this moth with my camera.
Yeah, you said it's a endangered
It's
moth.
a plum moth. Yeah, it's in the red endangered list. I'm just going to make sure I take pictures of it documenting its position.
Well, I come in when David's talking about toilets. What do you expect? Plum moth. Endangered. I don't know. New moth species discovered in Denmark. How do you guys know it's a plum moth? Beach plum? Codling moth? Moth larva? Plume moth. Like this one looks more like it.
Plume moth.
That kind of looks like it. Unusually modified wings. Huh, interesting. All flying insects will soon be rare. True. Rare moth collectors. True. Who it would be a rare moth collector though? Seriously. Oh, that is horrible. Nuntel, I'm gonna give you a break. Mute you. I don't remember if I've seen David's high school yearbook. Maybe that's it. Maybe it has some legs back there. We're still looking, he said. Oh yeah. This is similar. Kind of. Sarah's not in the mood tonight. She's like, I'm too tired for this. Yes. Hello, another brother. Glad we're still going at it. Attempt at humor, gross, but yeah. Yeah, that was pretty interesting, your Skid Row videos. Here it is. Skid Row. Some kind of car going by. They've got their tents here. Hey, they got some like camp chairs right there. These guys over here, they don't got the camp chairs. They got some barbed wire fencing. Wide sidewalks. Exactly, Misanthropy. You always have to think of when you want to solve a problem, you have to think, how would this idea of solving the problem, how would it be taken advantage of? There definitely is some trash in the street, but you pay them to clean up the trash? No, because then they'd make more trash to do that. They look happy playing on their phones. Got a bicycle. There's some kind of building there. Cars going by. Yeah, that's true. Where was this video taken of? This is all on Skid Row. Skid Row. Gotta wonder what's going on here. Okay.
Okay, so.
All right.
I'll
Sorry.
just a bit.
Take your time. Anyway. You wait, what? When you were homeless, you were happy. Everyone was around you was miserable, but you were happy. You went out to eat whenever you wanted to eat. You weren't broke. You never asked anyone for anything. It's really when you have to pay for housing that you become almost like broke. Oh, is that what it is, Reptoid? It could be preparation. I guess it all depends on your perspective and your belief. Yeah, I agree with John and Cage. In order to talk about the homeless issue, you have to get to the root problem. Is it drugs? Or is it mental health issues? Is it rent prices? Saying fix the homeless problem is like saying, let's populate Mars tomorrow. And Misanthropy says about 85% have addiction issues. Yes.
I think it's safe to say that it's all of the above, and we have to deal with it in a way that is holistic, that solves the problem, as opposed to the Democrat solutions. Well, we just need to build more housing. Well, a lot of these people don't even want a house; they just want a drug. So building more housing is like giving people housing that don't even want it. They're going to turn it into a crack house. So I think we have to look at it in a broad spectrum. We have to offer housing to people who really want housing. We have to have support for tent cities with running water and bathrooms and solutions there, and daily food supply as a backup. We definitely have to get people the ability to wash their clothes and keep basic hygiene. So we have a lot of service-oriented things to solve. And providing solutions for drug activity by giving them more needles, it may not be the answer. But segueing them to, say, legalization plans where they can shift off opioids and onto cannabis might be the way to go.
I did see one that you were right about, the one that looks like it. I don't think it's a Lygodium spider moth. Anyway. Yeah. They need rehab centers where they can live. If you put them on a rehab plan without a roof over their head, they will just go back to drugs. Probably. Probably. Well, that was very cool moth. Getting out of here. Do I want this live feed of Skid Row? Probably not. I don't know if electroshock therapy really works though, Final Dream. And maybe if they take it willingly, maybe. Another brother says, there's a difference between living off the grid and asking for handouts. You can't help everyone. Lord knows I've tried and it comes back to bite you. Nope, they made their choice. No, rehab will fix it. Tase me, sis. Let's find out. What? Oh, about the electroshock therapy? I don't want to tase you. Well, you gotta try to get through Melinda, Final Dream. I just finished listening to her audiobook called Lift. I actually really enjoyed it. You would suggest not personally helping anyone, homeless or not? I help people, but I don't always help people. When you help someone, it causes you problems. Because you start helping them and you don't know when to say no. Or you help them and then they expect you to help them. You gave a guy $1 so he could buy beer and he was dead the next day? Oh my God. Well, maybe he died happy with his beer. Oh my goodness, it made the news and everything. Wow. Fortunately, I never did drugs, cocaine, or any of those things. I just never had a desire. It's about something Gorsuch. Okay. Things like that always happens. It causes you stress by going out of the way to help ungrateful people that think I should do it on their time. Oh yes, no, yeah. Beggars can't be choosers. Wow, preparation. Wow. What was she on drugs or something, Misanthropy? I like that. Maine is going to be the first to, has been the first to approve ranked choice voting in the presidential general election. I like ranked choice voting. Yeah, she probably was mentally ill, true. A good point, John.
Now there's a larger daddy longleg near it. I documented that too.
Okay.
But I don't bear any liability for what the daddy longleg and it will do in their natural environment. I can't tell what's going to happen. I'm not responsible for protecting the creature from another insect, am I?
No. Where's the thing about the moth thing?
Oh. Okay. This is that's the story about the moth. We have a picture of the moth somewhere.
I did see plume moth. Okay.
This video has been a long time.
I'm playing that tonight. Okay, so we have a story about the plume moth, but no actual.
Marion's plume moth. Should I look up?
Yeah,
that?
look up Marion's plume moth. Let's just highlight it. That's this larva.
Was that the one you did?
Yeah, go to images. No, that's the article. Just go to images.
Oh yeah, that's it.
That's it,
definitely.
yeah. And it's on a red list for endangered species.
It's kind of wild, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Pterophoid moth.
Yep.
Where's that?
Right there. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Oh wait, did I get rid of it? Okay, I'm gonna close out of this and look here.
Mm-hmm.
Critically endangered.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's red listed, so I'm worried about it. But I can't really do anything to it to protect it. And I don't know how to feed it, so I'm just going to let it sit there and document its existence.
Jamestown, that's weird.
Why would it be here?
Yeah, why would it be here?
Yeah.
In Africa?
No. Not weird.
Marine coastal supratidal.
Supratidal marine coastals, Africa. Misanthropy said he wouldn't mind being homeless as long as he had a good place to hide or camp without being harassed.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy about that moth.
Yeah. So I videotaped it again. I'll be videotaping it periodically.
But it's like,
Well, why don't you call the university tomorrow and have them pick it up for cloning and hybriding?
it's from
Meta-Nemesis and Misanthropy want to be homeless together as long as they have a good place to hook up a tent. See, we have the seeds of homelessness germinating in our room right now.
it's not migratory.
No. Isn't that weird? Why would it be here?
Wow. Yeah, it is weird. There might be some other ones. Some kind of plume moth. Maybe it's not the Marion's one, but it's one of them. When your parents are gone, you will save money to buy yourself what? What? Meta-Nemesis? My goodness. I don't think that's a good idea, Meta-Nemesis. You're just waiting for your parents to die to do that. No. If you're waiting, why don't you do that beforehand? Yeah.
John, monitor it. Make sure the daddy long leg doesn't bother it.
I agree with David and Misanthropy Meta-Nemesis. You should save the money your father gives you to plan for your future. I agree with that. But your plans for your future shouldn't just be to hire someone to have sex with and hurt yourself, kill yourself. That's not a plan for the future.
No. You know, Misanthropy wants to build a tiny house. And obviously Meta-Nemesis can get money from his dad. And I even found him a piece of property they could buy for $14,000 just 5 miles away from where Meta-Nemesis lives.
Oh, there you go.
And I told him Meta-Nemesis, he could start selling his action figure hero collection, which is huge, on eBay and easily generate $14,000 over about a 6-month period.
I would say you should go for a trip to Las Vegas.
You mean the Mustang Ranch? I don't know.
Yes, I agree with that.
You're in your bedroom coming down from a shroom trip and you're naked? And thanks for sharing that information with us. Who cares?
Yes, if you had your own place to live, I agree with Misanthropy and David. If you had your own place to live, you would be more confident about bringing a woman back to your place.
You're right. Sarah
That's
speaks
true.
the truth. Okay, Sarah, have a good night. You know, you've got a cooking show in there that is waiting for you, so get some sleep, rest. You've given me enough breaks tonight. Thank you so much. You're so kind to do this. Sarah helps the show keep going by giving me these food breaks where I have to do a few things. And I really appreciate
You
it.
did all that. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, that feels so good.
Now, we could just do an online back rub. Would that be better? And, you know.
With my facial.
You could actually, we could wear a mask, I guess, or.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I do have a soft heart. I'm good with
John and Cage had an excellent idea. He said Meta could start selling his toys. Yeah, like I said, his action hero collection is probably worth 15 grand right there.
Yeah, own your own place, tell women you're retired. It's all good. There's a purpose in your life.
Boy, you really taught me how to make coffee, because when you were making coffee for your mom and dad, you added 6 scoopfuls.
5.5. maybe.
5. I've been doing.
Or 5 with some heaping ones.
I've been doing 5 with the heaping ones, and boy, it really does kick into gear, man. I mean, I've been drinking pretty light coffee compared to some people at the restaurants.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I don't do Irish coffee. I'm not an alcoholic.
Good night.
Good night, Sarah. Thank you so much. Bravo. Wow.
Bravo to you.
Cheers. Do you see the video camera out there?
Yeah, I see your video camera.
I've got there's a daddy longleg going after the plume moth, and I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll be taking periodic pictures of it to make sure it's not endangered. I don't think the daddy long-legged it eats mosquitoes, because this thing is a little bigger than a mosquito. Grasshopper, can you snatch the pebble from my hand?
No, Master. I'm too busy playing video games.
Yeah, if you guys want to look at this property for 14 grand out there in Texas, you can. It's a perfect little spot for you two. And I can see you putting a container home in there where you have the one container, Misanthropy, and Meta-Nemesis has the other. And I envision yours on top of his so that he has the base floor in your recently moved to Texas container home. 2 years of $700 a month gets you $16,800, which is more than enough. So if you start saving right now and not spend a penny on your personal needs, like daily orders of pizza, and say no more daily orders of pizza, and just stop that. Stop using, what is it, crack cocaine you're into now? Meta-Nemesis says he's into crack. Is that it? That's going to cost you a lot of money too. So save that money. Are you? Oh, David, you're on the front page of Vaughn. Yeah, I know. They don't want to put me on the main page anymore. They pulled me because I'm so popular. I can't help it. It's just me. I am Dave. Digital audio video entity. Hello, my name is Dave. I am the digital audio video entity. A sex massage glove is not something we're going to talk about in the show. Okay? John, please stop it with the sex toys. We were trying to talk about Truth Tuesday and why our government is not pursuing an investigation into the 9/11 Commission's obvious lax report. And the answer was, oh, Donald Trump is helping the country and everything is fake news. So whenever you have a question in this world about anything happening, going on around you, just say the answer is, Donald Trump is helping a country and everything is fake news. That answers all your questions. You don't have to have a single thought in your head. Yeah. There are places for people like that. They're called mental hospitals. But we have not emerged from the hellhole of the animal kingdom that many of you are still living in, including the ultra elitists who have so much money you don't even know what to do with it. Good evening, Uncle Lester. Nice to be on when you're coming down from your day of hard work, catching a bite to eat. I see you had an enchilada with a light beer. Good. Congratulations. That's a smart move. Now he's going, how did he know I had an enchilada with a light beer? Okay, we're going to go ahead and analyze your telemetry data from your webcam. Thank you.
I believe that I am the best person.
I'm working on relaxing. Yeah, we have our little hangout here at coolrock.com where we give you a daily show uninterrupted by any human being. Cool Rock rocks, and we're out there doing it every day. So we came up with this alternative site, Cool Rock, which gives us the ability to actually broadcast and provide musical instruments to the show's background. Wow, that was weird. So here we go. A little music. I'm going to do a little AI encounter. Dave, I bought my new home for $150,000. It's an acre of land with 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. Preparation H. Congratulations, man. Yeah, so I've got the AI duet here. You can play some music with an artificial intelligence computer. That was its response. Now let's see what else I can do to it. That was a pretty good response. And then we've got the drum machine. Totally fun and alterable on your end. And any one of these boxes you can move around on your own. It's, if you want to reset the page, just hit your refresh button on the upper left corner. But yeah, it's a fun place to hang out, and you can also experiment with these kind of pages that are three-dimensional in nature and kind of sci-fi and 60s. It's kind of a Peter Max thing here. Famous artists from the 1960s. Hit clear and start again. Isn't that cool? Just have fun, man. I mean, the whole idea of Cool Rock is it's fun and it's easy. And it's free. I think I should add fun, free, and easy. You know? Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the page here. And you can also ditch the ads. Get rid of online. Oh, I'm still visiting. I'm not even in the... Yeah, I haven't signed in yet, so... I'd have to sign in to make alterations. But you can all... I could alter this and say anything I wanted, which is kind of cool. Anyway, we have a lot of fun things, including news from all three sides of the political spectrum. An illegal ballot harvesting prompted redo of North Carolina's 9th district election. Wow. Okay. Illegal ballot harvesting nullified a Republican victory in North Carolina. On Tuesday, a special election is being held to determine whether the Republicans or Democrats will win. So the Republican victory was nullified. We'll find out. And over here, we got a thing telling you about the states of the United States, all about the states. The best thing about the Cool Rock button, I think, is the Web Oasis button right here, which takes you to the gateway to the internet, where you can travel all around the internet, find all kinds of things you never would normally. When I used to look at Google when they first came out, and really how they are today, is it doesn't really lead you into a new place to go. And this place does. It even gives you an arcade in the drop-down menu on the left. And you can go play any fun game you want, like a racing game, zombie game 1 and 2, and there's also a pinball, good old-fashioned pinball, which is kind of fun. McDundee, I think, got 5 million on the points on that. So that's Web Oasis. That's the upper right corner of the screen. Okay, so we've had fun with that, looking at the website. You got away from your little SOB grandson, really? So you don't have to live near him anymore? We're not going to do a tribute to Meredith. Yeah. Well, it only says block when you go there because you don't use Opera. The Opera browser opens up that website. Yeah, just use Opera to open it up. A lot of other newer websites, like weird ones like The Edge, it never works. It's really kind of a messed up site. Yeah, Opera is your best all-around browser. It works with almost everything. Oh, you do use Opera? Really? Uh-oh. Seriously? Well, they may have... You probably have the new upgrade. Uh-oh. I knew they were going to get rid of something. Let me see if I can open up... Yeah, I had some real good luck with one of my best browsers. Yeah, I had some success the other night with AVG Secure Browser. Nope, it won't open either. Huh. Wonder why. The handle is invalid. Well, that's weird. Very strange. Let's try Epic. Epic browser is the most private browser out there. Let me see if I can find you an alternative one. Your little grandson, your SOB, got your debit card last time? Really? If you're 96, your little grandson would be probably 72. I mean, what are you talking about? You went on a shopping spree, over $1,000 you spent online. Luckily, you had fraud prevention, so you weren't responsible for the money spent. For a 96-year-old, you have a little grandson? That's kind of weird. Really, ABG Antivirus just updated their privacy. It says they will sell your browsing history to third parties. Whoa. Well, there you have it. And ABG's not working for me now. It was working for me yesterday, but not now. Isn't that weird? Let me see if I can open up CoolRock over at... I might be able to get you into a site. It does say not secure, and it does open. Okay. So you go to get the Epic privacy browser. That's your best bet. So I'm not recommending Opera now. I'm recommending Epic privacy browser. I'm running an older version of Chrome on here. It works fine with CoolRock. Try Chrome. But Epic is pretty good too. Now, what do you buy for $1,000? Like World of Warcraft points so you can go in there and play games? I've heard people do that. They spend all their parents' money on World of Warcraft credits. Yeah, it's like, give me a break. Minecraft credits for your toddler. I trust Firefox, but I also trust Epic because it just doesn't keep any data at all. Oh, you and Meredith adopted kids when you're in your 70s, and your adopted children are now in their 30s, and your grandson is 14. You know, I'm starting to believe your story, Preparation H, that you're actually 96 years old. I am. You're winning me over slowly. Well, try Chrome. It works on Chrome, for crying out loud. I'm all set for the police state. I've got my police state riot gear. Yeah, ready to go. Whenever I'm needed, I'm prepared. There's no stopping me. I can be there for anybody at any time with good solid brain protection. I'm not worried about anything happening. I'm just, I'm trying to have all the bases covered, if you know what I mean. No, it's not a Nazi helmet. It's a Korean helmet, and they use it frequently in the gatherings of true protests that are happening in Hong Kong as well. It's a typical Hong Kong helmet that they wear in those areas, yeah. I just don't really know where you can go from there. I mean, we've had a lot of illuminating discussions today. We touched down on the other secret dossier that the Republicans are uncovering. This is about a year old, this article. But there's evidence that Hillary did cover up a lot of things in Benghazi, and if that story ever materializes, we're going to see more things coming out of the Republican Party. Now, Donald Trump is facing 3 competitors now who are vying for the Republican ticket because they actually have a brain. And they have a coherent view of how the future should be for Republicans. If these Republicans get on the right track, they may run into some real dirt on Hillary, and they may actually expose some things right before the 2020 election. That might be a good thing, you think, for the Republicans? What's wrong with Epic? It doesn't do anything, but yeah. Well, you really are kind of convincing me you're able to communicate at 96 years old with your level of intelligent thought, Preparation H. You're pretty young for your age of 96. Yeah, I'm kind of impressed by the speed at which you type. Normally people who are 96 have arthritic hands and can barely hit the buttons, but you for some reason are like, something's a little weird about that. Yeah. Never forget. Don't forget what Donald Rumsfeld said, that the Pentagon lost $2.3 trillion and couldn't account for it. That's right, September 10th, the same day this year, 18 years ago, when Donald Rumsfeld held a press conference to say that the Pentagon was missing more than $2.3 trillion. And we had that earlier in the pre-show. We played a lot of videos about 9/11. Let me touch down on those right now. Many of you are still wondering, what's 9/11, dude? Why should we care? It's like a long time ago. Well, because if they did it then, they can do it again. They never found the perpetrators of the World Trade Center attack. 18 of them named out, and not one of them was arrested. And this is what Donald Trump said the day before the 9/11 attack.
Pentagon, the day before 9/11, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld declared war, not on foreign terrorists.
The adversary is closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy.
He said money wasted by the military poses a serious threat.
In fact, it could be said that it's a matter of life and death.
Rumsfeld promised change, but the next day, the world changed. And in the rush to fund the war on terrorism, the war on waste seems to have been forgotten.
My 03 budget calls for more than $48 billion in new defense spending.
More money for the Pentagon when its own auditors admit the military cannot account for 25% of what it already spends.
According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
$2.3 trillion.
Yeah, and Donald Rumsfeld was a very open-mouthed guy, liked to spill the beans, and the Republicans didn't have a cap on his mouth at the time, and the deep state didn't really have control of his mouth, and he actually told the truth that one day, and then boom, 9/11 happens. What exactly happened, we don't know, really, except what the 9/11 Commission report says, which structural damage to the fires to the building caused it, but all the architects and engineers that 9/11 Truth Organization has put out said that there's no way a fire could have caused the falling of Building 7. And we brought up the simple fact that the only frames released by the FBI of the Pentagon being attacked by a missile occurred out of one camera. That's one camera angle showing what appears to be clear and very obvious evidence of a missile tip. If you look closer. There it is right there. That's all they showed, 15 frames. Now there were 83 camera angles, but they chose not to present any of them to the U.S. people. Only this one shot. It's clearly the tip of a Tomahawk missile. So how could ragtag terrorists from Saudi Arabia who just learned how to fly a Piper Cub manage to somehow move a 767 into that same airspace and hit the Pentagon with a tip looking like a Tomahawk missile? I mean, how is that possible? It looks like the tip of your penis? Well, that's because you're 96 years old. I mean, things get a little weird when you get older, man. I can't explain it. I'm 129, so I can't really. I'm not a youngster like you. No, I'm just kidding. Oh yeah, Hurricane Maria. Former top FEMA advisors have been charged with bribery. Here we go. Yep, she looks like she'd take a bribe. A former top official in the FEMA was arrested on Tuesday for allegedly taking bribes from the head of a company who received $1.8 billion in federal contracts to repair Puerto Rico's power grid after Hurricane Maria devastated the island in 2017. Wow, so she's the one who put that entire deal together for Trump. No kidding. And he threw money at these people to claim they're going to bring back the power grid. These people had no expertise in this at all. But they were friends of Trump's Department of Interior secretary. Aisha Tribble, a deputy regional administrator, and another former FEMA official, Jovanda Patterson and Donald Keith Ellison, the former president of Cobra Acquisitions, were charged in a 15-count indictment. Wow. The charges implied that Tribble, who oversaw the restoration of the island's electrical system for FEMA, and Ellison were romantically involved and documented how they traveled together and often stayed in the same room between October 2017 and April 2019. So here they were trying to oversee the people in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, but they're having a lesbian tryst, allegedly? This sounds a little weird. Under Donald Trump's administration, again, more corruption? Okay, I get it. Anyway, we have other evidence that just a hole appeared in the side of the Pentagon building. And by the way, who was hit at the Pentagon? That's what I wanted to know. So I did some research and I found out that the people that were taken out at the Pentagon, here's the hole I was telling you about.
Hello, it's Tuesday, July the 26th.
Hey, look at this hole. This is the hole of the Pentagon attack. The Office of Naval Intelligence was behind that Tomahawk attack. What was the Office of Naval Intelligence working on at the time? Well, it turns out that missile, not the 767, that missile actually hit the Office of Naval Intelligence, comprised of 127 men and women. Now get this. They were researching a bond issue that had been taken out for the U.S. government and had been due that day. A bond issue taken out by George H.W. Bush in 1991, September 11th. Ironically, 10 years later, it was due, and somehow that office became the target, researching a bond issue of $240 billion that was passed outstanding after that day. So we never heard from that bond issue, and that bond issue was part of the $2.3 trillion the Pentagon got that was sucked into the vortex of what appears to be a massive money laundering attack on our country. Many hard drives that were pulled from the rubbish in New York City, many of them were analyzed for forensic data, and they found that there was a massive amount of money movement prior to the Trade Center actually collapsing. And what's equally more suspicious is the government, the SEC, the Security and Exchange Commission, had taken out emergency headquarter locations 2 days prior to the attack. How could they have done that without prior knowledge? All these factors have to come together into a new analysis of the attack on the trade centers as well as the Pentagon. There's no way we can sit back and expect the old answers to ride, considering we haven't even apprehended one person responsible for the death of 2,996 people. I rest my case, Your Honor. Let's move on to the next question. Jeffrey Epstein's last mugshots before, taken into custody. Who cares? We have photographs of Jeffrey Epstein alive on Orgy Island on August 30th. But let's take a look anyway. Last ever images of Jeffrey Epstein have been released. What about the new ones we have off the Epstein Island? Oh, so they're wrapping up their investigation of the pedophile. Yeah, sure. Yeah. This is irrelevant. We do know one thing. His nose is exactly as straight as it's always been. And the death mask of the person that did die doesn't match his nose or his ear. Yeah, thanks for that. At least we corroborated his nose didn't bend in jail. All right. Yeah, he's still alive, and that's exactly what he looked like on the island when we saw him the other day. Epstein's likely buried in an unmarked stone crypt in Florida. Yeah, right, sure. No, he's doing fine in his hometown of St. James Island.
DailyMail.com has exclusively learned that an unmarked stone crypt at a Jewish mausoleum is the likely...
It's just BS coming out of the mainstream media. Payday Monsanto has some new music. All right. I'll definitely check it out, man. We actually got an approval by Payday Monsanto to actually play his song, We the Sheeple. Yeah, so those photos don't surprise me. They're just balding financier. Yeah, we already saw pictures of him just, 10 days ago? The government refuses to acknowledge that he's alive. I mean, where are we going to go with this, really? Seriously. Are you planning on subpoenaing your congressman for a detailed investigation? I would ask for a grand jury investigation, but seriously. Okay, the question came in, what did Building 7... I have to adjust my screen. Hang on. What did Building 7 and the Pentagon know on Hillary? I don't know. Good question, really. The bottom line is, we just know that there was a massive money laundering event that happened at the Trade Center. I mean, we know that. But nobody in our government really wants to look into this. So the architects and engineers for Truth, 9/11 Truth, are actually subpoenaing court to actually do something, because there is a mandate in the final decree by the 9/11 Commission report that stipulates that every 10 years they have to look at new evidence. Well, there's been nearly 20 years now and they aren't looking at the new evidence. So there's a mandate for this to happen. I do believe so. Yes, there is. And they're using that mandate to file lawsuits to get more discovery. A crack team of scientists discover a secret weapon to neutralize HIV by accident. That looks very promising. Some of you have HIV, and you moved to California to have sex, so you would just have a misdemeanor when you had sex with people. Yeah, I can imagine how sick that is. God. A multinational team of scientists have made a startling world-first discovery in Russia, which could change the lives of tens of millions of people. They accidentally identified a mechanism to neutralize the HIV virus. Originally, the team of Russian, Swiss, British, American, and Finnish scientists was developing a polysulfur heterocyclase to tackle cancer when they suddenly realized the implications of the drug's mechanism were much bigger than anticipated. Promising directions seem to study anti-cancer activity. So this sulfur, polysulfur heterocycles. Okay. So the mechanism that neutralizes HIV essentially snipes the zinc atom from the HIV virus molecules, thus deactivating them and rendering the virus inert. That's fascinating. Zinc is a component in the cellular immunostructure. By pulling that out, it literally unwinds it. Fascinating. California and Alabama are the two states that aren't participating in the giant antitrust investigation of Google, and neither is really saying why. It's true that nearly 50 states are looking at an antitrust measure against Google, but don't these states realize that Google is run by government? Google is run by the NSA and DARPA and Department of Defense. Many of you should go and ask every single people from Punjab working in Microsoft and Google to tell you who owns them. California, Alabama. So that's interesting. I wonder what's going on. Is one of the state's attorney generals who isn't part of the So California must be basically sucking the you-know-what of Google. And so is Alabama. I don't understand why they like people at Google so much in Alabama. You know, Trump really got in the thick waters last week when he continued to say that Alabama was in the hurricane's wake of the hurricane. And then he wouldn't admit it. He just denied that he had made a mistake. And he even went so far as to order the Commerce Secretary to threaten the NOAA executives to back him up, claiming that the hurricane was headed toward Alabama. Sarah thinks that he just got the Bahamas mixed up with Alabama. Because they sound kind of like, you know, you're all going down, man. Yeah, where's the hurricane going? Sir, Alabama? Oh, Alabama? Okay. The hurricane's going to Alabama? I think he just confused Bahama with Alabama. You can understand how that could be phonetically confusing for somebody with a limited education, maybe a 4th grade reading level. You know what I love about the lack of interactivity from this audience? It's not like an actual stage where you're doing a performance and you're talking to a group of people at the Catskills and they're all sitting there like, hand me my oxygen tank. This guy thinks he's funny. It's nothing like that. So I don't have to worry about hecklers in the audience or anything like that. It's kind of an interactive barrier between me and you. Turns on the laugh sign. And then the laugh track. Or applause track. Thank you. I don't avoid talking about the Holocaust. I would love to talk to many of your other Jewish friends about the Holocaust. I told you to go to the Simon Wiesenthal Institute and look at all of the records. They will tell you about the Holocaust. Please stop coming into this room. You're denying the Holocaust. You are like a white supremacist. Go away. People who deny the Holocaust are brain dead. They actually think that it was done, CGI work was done on it to alter the image to make it look like dead people were going into mass graves. Earth to brain dead person, I got news for you. They didn't have CGI in 1946 when Eisenhower arrived. And I saw those original film back in the 60s, so it didn't have CGI in the 60s either. We're in 2019 now, yeah, so just because I feel young doesn't mean I am young. I lived through 17 wars, and I'm still talking. Oh, really? Okay. This is a new article on blackface apologies, and they say that blackface apologies are distracting. Yep, I agree. And I don't ever plan on apologizing for the blackface video that I did of Barack Obama. I'm proud of it because I use my free speech. And if you don't use your freedom of speech, what good is it? And in no way was I denigrating black people. I'm not a denigrator. I was giving a perfect parody of Barack Obama in blackface. I couldn't have done it in whiteface. So I defend that with my freedom of speech, and I will do it till the cows come home. Moo. Okay, all you Trump-tards, come on over and we're going to talk about Russian contamination in the election. Now, I know that you feel that the world is all fake news and everything is just a big lie. It's all a big plot to go after Donald Trump because you read his bio that they're all out to get him. But I got some bad news for you. Russia really did collude with Donald Trump. In fact, they conspired with Trump to rig the election. He knew about it before the election and didn't even tell the FBI. And what you people don't understand is Trump is owned by Russia. Now, as soon as you realize that Trump is owned by Russia, the sooner we can actually get to something productive in this country. Because we're never going to get Russia out of the core of Washington, D.C. unless we actually begin to look at the two parties as being already owned by Russia. Now, the best way to get a clean slate is to get away from the two parties who are already compromised by Russia. We know that Hillary and John Podesta made money on the uranium deal. Oh, yeah. Podesta walked away with $97,000. He gave it to his grandkids to get rid of it. Anyway, because Donald Trump has been working with Russia for the past 25 years as part of the Shabbat Leibovich connection to the Russian oligarchy, and you people have your head, you Republican assholes, have your head so far up your ass you don't even smell the shit that's all around you. We've got your Trump-tard brain in this chat room that I have to expurge you from the chat room because you really are not chatting, you're shatting. You're shitting on this chat room, and I don't have time for you Trump-tards. All right, in lieu of that, the only way we can move forward as a political nation is to separate from the dead skin of the snake that we've been embroiled in, the two-party snake that we literally have been living in, a world of corruption. Now, until we get free from the snake skin that's surrounding us and get something new like a third party, we're never going to be able to be free and clear of their influence. Now, we do know from Mueller that Trump knew in advance that Russia rigged the election. We do also know that from Mueller and his final testimony that Trump was blackmailed by Russia over the sex tape, which you Trump-tards deny even exists. But no, there is a sex dossier that's 90% accurate. Christopher Steele put it together, and it has 90 to 95% accuracy, and there's no refuting that. But what's going on is, well, I don't like Mueller either. Believe me, I think he was a complete joke. I think he's a deep state player because he didn't do his job. He should have investigated Russian money laundering with Manafort in the second trial that he totally postponed and never had, if you can recall. Michael Cohen had lock, stock, and barrel, all kinds of information. He was willing to talk, but the Democrats wouldn't cut him a deal, so he's serving prison time. Michael Cohen could have gotten out of prison with just more information about the Russian connection to Trump. But we do know that 20 years ago, Donald Trump reached out to the Russian oligarchs through the Chabad Leibovich organization in Long Island, New York, to get money, to keep his business afloat. We also know that Donald Trump has been purposely trying to evade anyone accessing his 10 years of tax returns, which is more than enough evidence of guilt. Donald Trump, during the campaign, said that, "Oh, I'll gladly show you 10 years of my tax returns, no problem." He refuses to show anything. Now he claims he's going to have extremely detailed information on his financial records, but he still refuses to present his tax returns. I'm telling you, you people, you Republicans have fallen into the trap of believing the liar known as Donald Trump. And you continue to believe that this guy is doing the work of America when he's actually helping Putin in every way. Case in point, he's trying to bring Russia into the G7 and call it the G8. That classic Putin behavior. He's alienating our NATO allies openly in front of everybody and criticizing them, which is exactly what Russia would want us to do. He's embracing the Russian connection between Vladimir Putin and Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, instead of looking at it as a strategic problem, because clearly Russia has never been this close to OPEC before, but they are now. So he's seemingly embracing that, which could fall right back in our laps with higher gas prices. Because remember, oil prices in Russia really are still unreal or low when they should be higher, and Putin wants more money. So pretty much count on the fact that Putin is going to work Trump into a situation where our oil prices are going up. Now, you brain-dead Republicans who simply think that, oh, there's no conspiracy, simply because some old woman with a twitch in her face named Nancy Pelosi somehow has the brains to determine that they shouldn't prosecute or impeach this illegal president who was elected with Russia's help. So you're standing in the way of justice simply by being brain-dead in this country, by simply being a suck-up to Donald Trump and not standing for something better like America. Now, you have turned on America by joining the New World Order and sucking up to Putin, and you might as well just basically suck him off, because you Republicans are as close to being Russian as any other communist I have ever seen. Uncle Lester joined this room over here. Oh, hi, Uncle Lester. I didn't know you came in this room. Let me take a look. Hey, Uncle Lester. Hey, you made it in. You decided iVlog was a little boring over there? Well, I can tell you, I'm not going to sit back and watch you brain-dead Trump-tards stand there and think that everything's fake news. When Donald Trump is supporting fake shootings which have no proof whatsoever of anybody dying, like the Parkland shooting and other shootings, with no physical proof that Nicholas Cruz actually shot these people, no CCTV footage whatsoever, you're going to expect me to believe that that's not fake news, that that's true, even though there's not a stitch of evidence, and Donald Trump supports that theory that Parkland happened. He met with the students 1 hour and 24 minutes and talked about their poor problems with gun control. And now you're watching your presidential candidate suck off of the gun control lobby and basically put out red flag laws against innocent people that just seek some psychiatric help. Watch this.
And then go to firearms first, and then go to court. We have to do something very decisive. Number one, you can take the guns away immediately from people that you can adjudge easily are mentally ill, like this guy. You know, the police saw that he was the problem. They didn't take any guns away. Now, that could have been policing. I think they should have taken them away anyway, whether they had the right or not. A lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. But take the guns first, go through due process second.
So without any physical evidence of a shooting, now we have evidence that there were 3 men with guns in black outfits. There were not one man. In fact, Nicholas Cruz was walking with a woman who openly said that she knew him and that he was with her when the gunshots went off in the background. Yeah, a woman openly said that she was with Nicholas Cruz when the gunshots went in the background. Why would we even think that Nicholas Cruz was the shooter? We have no physical evidence of that. Yet the guy's going to jail for the rest of his life, or God knows, maybe even the death penalty, like Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, a Boston Marathon attack kid that was carrying a backpack in on camera and carrying a backpack out on camera, but was somehow named as the person who caused the bombing that allegedly killed 3 people. I mean, the list goes on and on. You want to talk about fake news? The government's got all kinds of false flags that they're using as agenda to take your gun rights away. And look at Donald Trump. You Republicans picked him, and he's softening the laws so that anybody could be deemed a mental case and have their guns taken away. You Republicans better get your head out of your ass soon, because we're running out of time. The more you continue to think that Trump supports your right to bear arms, the sooner our country is going to go into the hall of worthless nations sucked into the New World Order. I don't know about you, but I'm an American, and I wasn't here, put on this earth, to stand up for a global world authority. But you Republicans sure are by sucking off Trump's dick. And believe me, he owes them money. And they got a sex tape on him, so they basically have him under their thumb. And you people have no clue as to how manipulated that guy is. And it sickens me to think that you call yourselves Americans. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Trump has got debt to China. And our trade policies with China are in the wing right now going, where are we going with this? It's going to cost all of us about $1,000 a year extra in costs with trade tariffs. Oh, we could easily win a trade war. This man has no clue as to what he is doing. He is tramping on trade relations that have been built over the past 50 years, and he's pissed off a lot of corporations as well. Also that his cadre of suck-up Republican kiss-asses can control the monetary system and rule the world as a new world order. Go ahead. Basically zip tie yourself and walk yourself to the nearest FEMA camp, because that's what's coming. You stupid idiots think that this man cares about you? They're using him and manipulating him, and believe me, Putin isn't even the big guy. Putin owes about $200 billion, or he owns $200 billion that Trump would never even get his hands on. Putin, let me tell you something about Putin. He was raised in the Politburo as the son of the food taster for Joseph Stalin. He was like the son of the person who did the most important thing for Stalin could ever have, food tasting. They groomed little Putin as kind of like their prodigy. And they saw his greed and how he loved money as a key element in how they could control the future of Russia. Putin is Ashkenazi. Putin could easily be bought by Russian oligarchs. They paid him nearly $200 billion to control Russia. There is evidence out there that Putin may have even been replaced by another person, but I'm not going to get into that tonight. Oh my God, please go away. We don't allow you idiots in the show. Him and his Stargate. I mean, what the hell? He's out of the show. I don't want you and your bullcrap Stargate and claiming of CGI quality technology back in 1946. I'm sorry. Go away. It's like space age time for you, buddy. I mean, go back to science fiction land. We're talking about real politics, not some moron brain-dead thought like a flat earth exists or a hollow hoax happened. You people have been lost in the CIA vortex of mind control, just watching television or searching the Alex Jones Internet Library. I knew that Putin was into concerts, yeah. Yeah, Blueberry Hill. Here he is.
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill. On Blueberry Hill.
One of the biggest pastimes in Russia is to make fun of American stupidity. And that's what Mr. Putin does many, many times in front of many people. Okay, is this giant face in Antarctica? Let's take a look. This looks really weird, but some people believe that their face is etched in rock. Ooh. Whoa, that's pretty cool. Check it out, dude. This is a face in the rock. Yeah, look at that face. It is a face. It is the face of Vladimir Putin. You can see the symmetry of his face is exactly like this image from the... That is a pretty weird image, I must say. I don't think it's a face, though. I think it's just an abstract drawing that happened to happen in nature naturally. Okay? That's my take on that, Scissor Fight. But you can go from there if you want. The neptotypical corrupt...
Pat Brown's father.
The neptotypical corrupt California politician, nothing ever. Oh yeah. We'll have a little story of Jerry Brown and how nepotism played a big part in his control of California for all those years.
Edmund Joseph Brown was known for running scams and gambling operations in San Francisco.
Yep. Jerry Brown's father, also governor, known for scamming Californians. Thank you for that link. Anyway, Face on Mars is better. In the Soviet Russia, Blueberry Hill field finds itself on you. Really interesting, and I like the fact that Mr. Putin is getting the respect you Americans are now paying him now that Donald Trump has been controlled and owned in your election. Now that you're good, stupid Americans, you can do whatever Russia tells you to do. You realize that in 1962, Nikita Khrushchev went to America and told your stupid president, John F. Kennedy, that they will destroy you from within, and they will win without even fighting. These are quotes, I'm serious. And I like John F. Kennedy. I think he was one of our best presidents. But the Russians actually said, we will destroy you from within, and we will take over your country without even fighting. So you tell me if Russia controlled the election, you stupid Trump-tards. Because many of you won't even admit it. And it makes me sick that we have to sit here and watch you try to stack the Supreme Court with Republican jarhead pro-lifers who are trying to rip us apart and force young women to basically have coat hanger abortions. And you're basically trying to send us back to the dark ages, you Trump-tards. All because you cheated in the election. You must be like a people with no absolute belief in anything other than making money. You could care less about the homeless. You could care less about the environment. You're driving your diesel dualies around, blasting diesel in people's face like there's no problem with diesel, man. You just blow it in their face, you know? Who cares? Yeah. You basically don't care about anybody but yourself. And now you want to stack the laws against pro-choice. Go ahead and suck off of Trump and Putin's dick for all I care. Disgusting. We have 10 minutes left in the show. I lost my hill on the Blueberry Hill. Something drastic has to happen. The Extinction Rebellion coming up tonight. Good. People talking about extinction. Yeah, yeah. Drastic as in, let's just get a third party on the ballot, for crying out loud. What the hell's wrong with you people? We don't have a democracy. You have a diesel? Well, you know something? As long as you keep that tuned up, you're okay. Does your diesel have any urea scrubbers on it or anything to help the people that are downwind from your diesel? Or do you just not give a crap about people while you drive down the road blasting crap in their mouth? Well, you should get at least a tune-up. Diesels that don't run efficiently put out way more particulates than any other vehicle. It's not great. It's sick. What you're doing is outright sick. People are breathing that shit, and it causes lung cancer. Jesus. Grow some respect for the world around you. You know, we have a very good area where I live in. They actually pick up garbage 5 times a year on the highways. They've got a deal worked out with the community service and all that, and they pick up garbage. But what never ceases to amaze me is how many garbage bags are out there every 5 times. And it occurs to me that a lot of the people in my area are Republican who literally throw their garbage out their window. I doubt many Democrats toss their cans out the window, honestly. But I bet there are a lot of Republicans that just don't give a crap about the environment and just toss it out the window. I'm surprised. Like, they have massive bags all over the place. Just people tossing crap out the window. It shows what kind of a world we're living in. I know people that believe that recycling is a waste of time. They're Republicans, by the way. We only recycle 10% of our waste.
Breaking news. The world celebrates the downing of war hawk John Bolton. Venezuela, Iran, Afghanistan are breathing a little easier, knowing that John Bolton is gone.
I know I am. I certainly hope that we move forward in a way that works toward ending our engagement in Syria and Afghanistan. But I haven't seen any progress, and if John Bolton's holding Trump back, I don't believe that's the case. I believe the Pentagon wants to keep our activities fully operational in Syria and in Afghanistan, and Trump can mouth my words all he wants. He's not going to be able to stop it. The Pentagon has full control over the situation in Afghanistan and Syria. John Bolton was just a minor detail. Believe me, they're not pulling out anytime soon. And Trump, if he wants to take my ideas, he better hire me as his VP if he wants me to implement his ideas. Because there's no way that he's going to be able to know how to implement these ideas.
Hey Arnie, we're here to see your gym and...
Arnold Schwarzenegger shows his gym and fridge. Let's take a look at Arnold. Yeah.
Fridge.
What do you want?
All right, Arnold, we're here to see your fridge.
Yeah, this is like a 9-minute video we're going to feature tonight. Arnold living in his luxury palace apartment after getting over his heart surgery. And we're going to look at the kind of food and gym that he likes. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Well, you want to get things done, and so do I. But I'm just a voice in the wilderness. I don't really matter except to millions of people who watch me every night on their UHF TVs. They're looking at me as a ray of hope that this country can start getting their act together. And believe me, I want to live up to that ray of hope that many of us have. But we can't do it when we have these scumbags occupying the White House that have no clue. They're willing to lie to us right to our face. And we're sitting here like idiots saying, oh, that's okay. Sure. Whatever. We've got a template to build this economy in our book, Hybrid Capitalism, which we wrote in 2012. And it is pretty much a template to solve America's problems, too. It's still very relevant to today. Believe me, I don't count 1.5 billion viewers per night. We have hundreds of millions. That's all I know. So you quoted 1.5 billion for one night. I never extrapolated that out to 2 nights or every night. When at the height of our viewership, we're at 1.5 billion viewers. Rachel Maddow is being sued for making brash statements about the Russian involvement in the election. The Republicans now want to get revenge now that they've managed to convince some old lady with a twitch in her face named Nancy Pelosi that she somehow should stop an impeachment process because some old guy named William Barr, who happens to be the son of a man who hired Jeffrey Epstein at the Dalton Prep School to molest children, somehow we're supposed to believe all this crap coming out of the Trump-tard administration. I'm sorry, but William Barr should disbar himself. William Barr should recuse himself because of his dad's affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. That's number one. An illegal alien sentenced to 6 years for having enough fentanyl to kill 500,000 Americans. Good. You heard last week the Mexican Navy intercepted 52,000 pounds of fentanyl on the Maersk Line, which is run by the boyfriend of Ghislaine Maxwell, the madam of Jeffrey Epstein. 52,000 pounds were intercepted by the Mexican Navy of enough fentanyl to kill off our entire population. I want to thank the Mexican Navy for doing that, by the way. Coming out of Shanghai, and I'd like to ask President Xi Jinping, but I can't because I can't violate the Logan Act. But we need to stop this fentanyl, very dangerous to the world population. And I'm amazed that Trump hasn't made fentanyl illegal. I would have. We could easily get more people easy access to Percocet and eliminate the barriers the DEA is creating for people. They like Percocet just as much as they do fentanyl, and it's a lot less likely to overdose. Wow, look at all that fentanyl right there. And he was only sentenced to a little more than 6 years for planning to distribute enough fentanyl to kill 500,000 Americans. Pablo Vega Antonon, a 53-year-old illegal alien from Mexico, was sentenced by U.S. District Judge Sewell Ozerden to only 74 months in federal prison. You know, he should have looked at this as a bioweapon. And we could have thrown this guy in jail for the rest of his life. He would have been an enemy combatant carrying a bioweapon into the country if this was handled properly. Not necessarily. You know, at this point, anyone communicating with a foreign power about our own policies regarding our own election, for instance, say Donald Trump Jr. meeting Russian attorneys to end sanctions against Russia, that's a gross violation of the Logan Act. He was trying to influence foreign policy when Donald Trump Jr. and Jared Kushner met with the attorney to end sanctions for Russia. And Donald Trump Jr. actually perjured himself twice, claiming that he was going there to talk about Russian adoptions. Then he changed his subject after Donald Trump witness tampered and told him, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, that he weighed in on it and told him to change the story to, oh, you were looking for Hillary Clinton emails. So Donald Trump Jr. perjured himself there, and I'm more than confident that that's a violation of the Logan Act by trying to manipulate policy, like ending U.S. sanctions against Russia prior to the election. I rest my case. No. Donald Trump did not get approval, nor did Donald Trump Jr. get approval from Barack Obama to have that meeting. Case in point, it's a clear and outright violation of the Logan Act, let alone countless other laws that were breached, including espionage. Now, if you want to sit back and all think that you've got the collective wisdom of a woman with ticks in her face like Nancy Pelosi, then fine. Go ahead and basically assume you're ready for the nursing home. But I live in America where people ask questions, not where people shut their eyes like you Democrats do and support Nancy Pelosi no matter what. It's sickening to see me even have to tell you these things. Hey, we've reached the end of the show. We will talk about more of this tomorrow night, and we'll continue our 9/11 tribute all through the evening. Yeah, tomorrow night, 9/11 tribute. 18 years ago, we were deceived. And still to this day, we haven't seen any recourse by our government to enter in new evidence in the stream of evidence that the 9/11 Commission report refused to look at. Happy 9/11 Eve, yeah. And let's not forget, not one person has been arrested or tried or found guilty of doing the 9/11 attack in 18 years, killing 2,996 proud Americans. So you tell me if we need a third party or not, you people. Seriously. I'm sick and tired of having to preach the gospel of truth on a daily show just to get you people to enter the center of the political arena and agree on a few things. No gun control. I refuse to talk about gun control. But I'm willing to help the homeless. I'm willing to come up with solutions that are viable and sustainable for at least the next 50 years. Water cleaning, air filtration, water filtration, all kinds of new technologies and green technologies can be spearheaded at the top of our nation's government. And we can begin this process, which we're waiting for venture capitalists to take over with it, but they haven't done anything. So we have to lead by example. And the only way our country can actually get out of this horrible, almost dead in the water mentality is by actually thinking new political thoughts and taking gun control off the table, not discussing it, because it's driving our country apart. Hey, how to create a watertight underground bunker and food cache for $699. Thank you, chat room celebrity. Whoa. That'll be good. I'll add that tonight. Thanks for the link. Well, anyway, as you can see, this is a very energized show. And I give you, every night, I give you my all so that we can actually get to the bottom of how this country can, actually begin to change. Because we really are at a very critical juncture in our history where if we don't come up with new ideas, we will be damned to repeat the mistakes of the past. And I would love to emerge as a new idea person for America. And I'm not about to just give this concept up because, gosh, somebody's censoring me, making millions of dollars doing it. There's a reason why people are making hundreds of millions of dollars, and I've made nothing doing this, because they're afraid of me. And they're afraid of what we can do as a nation to make this country better. Because the people that run this country, they desperately want to eliminate the population. They desperately want to shrink the population. Instead of cleaning up our act and filtering the air, stopping plastic waste, they want to cull the population. That's not going to cut it. I'm sorry. Getting rid of the population is not going to stamp out human greed and avarice and pollution and all the horrible things that are happening in this world. So right now we have to solve the existing environmental crisis for our existing population, not think about eliminating it. That's genocide, and I do not support genocide. Okay, this is another big night. I'll be signing off, and I'll bring you a heck of a lot of movies. We got some 9/11 movies coming up tonight to kind of get you primed for all the different theories that are out there as to what really happened during the 9/11 attack and how we can fix this country's problems. Okay, signing off. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock, but I will be in the chat room till 1 o'clock in the morning watching videos with you and learning at the same time. Take care. Good night.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.